Sound. Check. Sound. Testing. Sound. Testing. Sound. Testing. Sound. Check. Mic. Sound. Check. Check. Sound. Check.
young man from the old age. How are you? I'm getting to the Kulava one. Tewali nerero katukube lugwe tudde wakati wewake. Shalini, why are you looking?
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item 2 on the other paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you, colleagues. I welcome you to today's meeting. As most of you might have already heard, last night we lost one of the ardent media personalities in this country, Mr. Tamari Mirundi, at the Kisubi Hospital. He died last night. He served as a presidential press secretary for 13 years and has served this country for long. I want to express my condolences and those of Parliament to his family, especially John Tamari, the son, who works with us here in the Legislative and Procedure Department of Parliament, and friends and the entire country on this request. May his soul rest in eternal peace. Let's observe a minute of silence in his honor.
May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Matters of national importance, Honorable Mayanja.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a matter of national importance. A project of 93 billion anti-loan money from Islamic Development Bank, which was secured in 2017. That is the Ruwero Choko Talangu road of 29 kilometers. It is behind schedule. It is at 80%, 8.1% against the 64%. It is under Dot Services Limited, and as per now, people along that road have been affected, and some of the PAPs have not yet been paid. So we'd like the government to come in and explain to the entire nation, because it is affecting all Ugandans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, this being a loan from the IDB, it is important that the line minister be given an opportunity to come and give the response. I have been in a meeting with Honorable Musa representing the Ministry of Works at the office of the Prime Minister. I left him still there, but I undertake to draw the attention of the Ministry of Works in writing to respond to this important question.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Chief Whip, I wish you could again remind your colleagues in Cabinet to be here, because you see, these are issues which can clog the order paper. You find you have very many pending statements, you know, it becomes so long questions. it's very important for ministries to be here. And I remember when I came to Chankwanzi in the cabinet retreat, the president also really took up this matter seriously. So let colleagues heed. You know, they are our colleagues here. We don't want to clog the order paper. So let the minister come tomorrow and respond. We don't need a statement. Okay, it will be in form of PM time. I'll give the minister a chance to respond to a query to avoid clogging the order paper. Honorable Chamonges.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I raise on the matter of national importance concerning the cutting of crops, mainly maize, iris, and beans. In my constituency, that is between the border of Kwen district and the Mount Elgon National Park. Mr. Speaker, I get ashamed to talk about it every time, but I have no alternative. I have got to repeat and repeat and repeat. Mr. Speaker, this matter is one of the matters that we have failed to get the solution. Last week, my colleague, Honorable Evelyn, talked about it. When the war officers shot cows along the main road in Bukwa. 5 cows dead. Now, not even a month, they cut over 30 acres of iris and maize. Maize, which is now remaining 1 month to be harvested. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I even sent you the photos. If you check in your WhatsApp when you are free, I sent you the photos of women crying, holding their maize. My RDC has been here. We went to war offices. We showed them and their bosses, the director and others there, looked shocked. Mr. Speaker and honorable members, we have failed to understand why it has taken government over 30 years to sort out the very simple matter, which just needs to demarcate the permanent boundary between the people and the national park. And, okay.
Thank you, Honorable, for giving way. Mr. Speaker, the running battles between people or the communities living along the fringes of Mount Elgon National Park and the UA personnel has been going on for a long time. And they are trigger happy. They even shoot. And it cuts across, by the way. It is not only in Sebei sub-region. It is all over Vugisu sub-region and Sebei. And what is done, the information I would like to give the colleague, is that these UA personnel are so corrupt, they extort money from members of the community and even allocate them pieces of land inside the forest. Some of these are inside. But some of these crops which are cut, they wait when the crops have matured. Some of the crops take long. For instance, there are people who have grown matoke, others have grown maize. When it is about to be harvested, they come and subject them to fear. In fact, they have already created fear. And they do that when they cut a portion of the crops. They expect people again to pay back. And this solicitation has been extortion, not even. And the information I'm giving the colleague is that the running battles between UA and the people has been going on for a long time. We have lost many of our people to the trigger happy UA personnel, and something drastic must be done by this government because it has been going on for over 30 years, as he states.
Thank you. Prayers, Honorable Chemonge.
Mr. Speaker, for all the time that I've talked about this matter in the House, we've never had time to really give you the whole picture, and you appreciate. And probably that could be the reason why we've never taken action, because we always get 1 minute, 2 minutes. Mr. Speaker, allow me, kindly give me more 2, 3, 4 minutes.
No, please, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chemonge's time is up. Prayers. Switch on.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, my prayers, and before the prayers, I want to thank Honorable. He has actually highlighted something I was about to highlight, the issue of corruption. It is true, it is corruption that makes them.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister. Now, Honorable Minister, please, you decided to use your time the way you wanted to use it, so it's not there. But I can understand the issue. Because when I was a government chief whip, I visited part of those areas on Honorable John Faith Magora, after we had buried the father of Honorable Wandwasi. And I met people on Mount Wanari, and by the way, I survived the second Imbaru. These guys, as we were talking serious business, they started praying Kadodi. And then someone said, these guys are coming for you for Imbaru. So these guys are not very easy to deal with. Anyway, so, and really, I met the leader that evening. Honorable Minister, you will continue having these questions. The other day, Honorable Evelyn Chemutai was here. Honorable Chemonge is over 10 times raising the same issue. But the question is very simple. Okay? Just sort out the issue of the boundaries for Mount Elgon. Because this, what is happening on the Sebei side, is happening on the Bugisu side. Only that MPs from Bugisu, now if I allowed and I opened up. And the issue is very, very simple. And when I was there, people said, no, the president said we shall go with the boundaries, I think of 1993. 93, because there is a survey which was done in 93. Now, UA again says, no, go back to the ones of 1960, I think 64, 60 something. So, Honourable Minister, can I request that this time, and I request you, that you develop a cabinet paper on this issue, you take it to cabinet, and then you give a final, you get a final guidance from cabinet, you inform these people whether you want to reopen the boundaries or not, and we have it settled. Huh? Let me just Honourable Minister first. Let me first get from Honourable Fadi, then Honourable Sar.
Thank you, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on the same matter, on 13th of April 2023, the President visited Sebei sub-region and met the leadership of Bugisu and Sebei. He directed Prime Minister to open boundaries of Mount Elgon, the boundaries between the people and the Mount Elgon. Right Honourable Speaker, by that time, we followed up with the office of the Prime Minister. She just said last time that in the period of 1 month she was going to open those boundaries. And up to now, we are still crying on the same issue. So, Right Honourable Speaker, we want a clear answer today so that we have this matter sorted once and for all. I thank you.
Honourable Fadira, I can tell you, at least I sat in cabinet for 9 months. You can't get a final answer from a minister. That's why I was saying you need to go back and we agree on it as cabinet. Honourable Sarah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I wanted to give information that serving then as Minister of State for Lands, the cabinet constituted a team led by General Moses Ali, then Second Deputy Prime Minister and Deputy Leader of Government Business. And we moved together with it was a cabinet subcommittee, and it comprised of the Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Health, and we toured the entire Bugisu, Sebei sub-region, and we even produced a cabinet paper. So this cabinet paper was actually discussed in cabinet. What needs to be done is to follow up. Maybe you could ask the minister to look up this cabinet paper, and maybe that could be a starting point so that they implement the recommendations that were made at that time. This is the information that I really wanted to give.
No, really very, very important.
Thank you very much, Right
Honorable. Angura, here are issues of Tororo. Don't tell me who has extended the map. And
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, here we have a mentality where many times our people don't want to acknowledge and recognize the boundaries that are within the domain either of the Ministry of Lands and other agencies. For the reason, Right Honorable Speaker, as far as the boundaries of Tororo County and West Budam are concerned, we moved to the UK. We had to go to the Commonwealth Archives. And now when even those boundaries, the report has been generated, I want to believe that this time that should act as a precedence to everyone here, that when that report is laid on the table, everyone should learn to accept where the boundary marks were put yesterday by the colonial masters, and it should be recognized today unless otherwise. Thank you very much.
thank you. Why do you allow me to predict you? Yes, Honorable Jonathan will do procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the procedural matter I want to get guidance from you is that you mentioned you were in cabinet for 9 months, and it has been more than 2 years when you left the cabinet, and you still hold the position that what used to happen when you were in cabinet may still be happening now, and you volunteer to give information, an answer to the question raised to the minister. Wouldn't it be procedural right that this new cabinet that now excludes you, you are not part of them, answers to the issues raised by the honorable member, or actually confirms that it's still the sleeping cabinet that you are part of then, or something has changed that they can now do things much faster to respond to the plight of Ugandans? Mr. Speaker, sir.
But Honorable Dur, so you just wanted to go on record that I was in a sleeping cabinet. No, that's unfair. Eh? No, I can't be part of a sleeping cabinet. That's why you've heard I was up to Mount Wanare working. That shows I was in it's a working cabinet. Okay, it's a working, but Honorable Minister. Oh, let's Honorable John Faith Magora.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to affirm that indeed you came to Mount Wanare in Bungoko North. And the way those guys were dancing is just the way to welcome visitors. Because the way they saw you and the cordial relationship we established with them, they actually realized you are part of them. That was part of the celebration. On the real sense, my Right Honorable, in 2017, there is a report that was produced by the Ministry of Lands. And that report was shared by all the stakeholders in the Bugisu sub-region. And that report shows the boundaries of the 1993, and the recommendations are, yes, there are some places where the community has gone into the lands, and they into the land of Ua. And then Ua has also gone into the land of the community. But there was consensus that now that the boundaries have been opened, let everything be done so that the pillars are established and everything is done. But then that position has never been implemented. It is only a talk. So really our prayer is, can then that report really, which has been shared by all these stakeholders, be implemented and this matter be set to rest. What is really hindering this matter that it comes up every time as though government is not acting?
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Honorable Minister for Tourism, in the words of Honorable Jonathan Dur, show us you are not sleeping.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And it's unfortunate, especially about the issues that are being raised to do with conservation. I have been to Mount Elgon myself. I've moved across the communities and the boundary areas neighboring the park, and I understand the issues, Right Honorable Speaker. Same is with in the key area where we have Mbwa Tract. Right Honorable Speaker, in Kanungu, as the Minister of Tourism, we have had discussions. I've interacted with the members of Parliament and told them where our challenge is. And just like Honorable Faith said, there are some areas where the community is into the park. There are some areas where the boundaries of the park derail off the actual boundary and partly get into the communities. But our interest is to resolve this matter once and for all, Right Honorable Speaker. And we have prepared a cabinet paper. This Parliament that did the 2019 Uganda Wildlife Act removed digazation whatsoever. So it's a matter I cannot resolve as a minister. But we are preparing a cabinet paper. Mount Elgon is one of the most hostile parks to the rangers in this country. I lose a number of rangers every year because of the fights between the communities and the wildlife people. The people in Mount Elgon are they attack people with guns, and sometimes they are shot at and also killed. It's unfortunate. My commitment is we'll expedite the cabinet paper so that we have cabinet advice. The Attorney General has given advice, but I think we need to have it too, so that cabinet can resolve the matter. And I will do that in the shortest time possible. Thank you.
So Honourable Minister, when do you think you can report back to this House?
Right Honourable Speaker, mine is to assure you that I would put a request to Cabinet the soonest to have this cabinet paper put on the cabinet agenda, and as soon as it's there and it's discussed, I'll be back to the House. Right Honourable.
Let's give you 1 month, Honourable Minister.
Thank you.
Okay? Let's give you 1 month. Let us not explain. Let us not, bro. Honourable Martin Muzari. Before Honourable Martin Muzari, let me request, I don't know whether Honourable Cheru already had this issue shared with him, because we usually do, on the delayed completion of Ruero Kiwoko Butarang Road, which is funded by IDB. What's the delay? The Honourable member from Nakaseke Central raised this issue.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
No, Honourable, I haven't allowed you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Please, I haven't allowed you. Now I'm seeing Honourable Cheru making a pass for you. Huh? Rarely do I see Honourable Cheru being that generous. I don't know what has happened today. Please, Honourable.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the generosity. Sir, is it procedure right that the Honourable Minister puts on record that people are holding guns, and when the guns, they are using the guns against the officers, and it's just left like that? Is it procedure right? I see the Honourable Member of Parliament from that area struggling to say order. I don't know whether order or procedure, but is it procedure right, sir?
Honourable Minister, it was your statement.
Right Honourable Speaker, I think what I said, just for the record, is that sometimes our armed rangers are attacked by members of the community. No, with spears and punk. Yes, I have evidence, I have pictures, and I have lost. No, it's unfortunate, and I've lost some rangers to this. And I think the most important issue is that we should resolve this so that everyone lives in harmony, so that every life is protected.
So it's not the community attacking with guns.
No, it is some. No. It is some wrong elements attacking some of our armed rangers with pangas. Yes, and they have cut them to pieces. They've killed a number of them, and that provokes a reaction from the rangers sometimes.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, what should be expunged? What should be expunged from the...
Please, Honorable Nambeshe, please first take your seat, okay? Yeah, because you see, I can see pain on both sides. A minister also losing a ranger because he's responsible for his rangers, okay? And he has made it very clear. They are attacked by spears, pangas, and by wrong elements. Okay? And listen to me, and by wrong elements. Why we have this Hansard here, the Hansard team? Once a clarification is made, it's well captured. It's always well captured. That's the work of the Hansard team here. So our record is very clear. The minister has clarified it's not the community, it is some wrong elements who attack with pangas and spears. And also these rangers are Ugandan honorable colleagues. Yes. So let us, please, let's, Honorable Cheru.
Right, Honorable, I just want to beg that I step out to get the latest facts about that position of the road, then I'll come and give Parliament the correct answer.
Honorable Martin Muzare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my issue is connected to the monthly service charge that we pay for the air meters and the general complaints on the air meters. Right Honorable Speaker, we pay very big sums of money for installation of these air meters, between 750 to 800. And at the same time, they are charging us monthly charges.
Honorable Martin, sorry for the interruption. The Minister for Energy is coming, okay? She called me earlier on. She was meeting the President, and immediately she will be coming here because she even has a statement. You think if I give you an opportunity at that time, it would be better? Yeah. Very good. Honorable Saro Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I went to a bank at Forest Mall, and there was a lady being accompanied by a UPDF officer holding a gun and completely hooded. The head was covered, only the eyes were being seen. And Right Honorable Speaker, this is now a common occurrence. While it is thugs, thieves, who we know cover their faces because they intend to break into buildings, to steal and do all kinds of things, it is now becoming a common occurrence where you see people in military uniform, I mean in security uniform, wearing hoods. Even during this riot of the generation, is it Gen Z, the youths who were, protesting against Parliament, I saw armed officers, security officers, completely hooded. And yet I thought this is against the Penal Code Act. For somebody to be hooded. And moreover, I would understand if they were seated on a speeding car. But you are moving, you are on foot during the day, walking on the streets, hooded. What is your intention? So, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to find out from the government whether this is a new way of dressing and this is acceptable in a country where there is peace, and why should we allow this kind of thing to happen? We are even seeing people, going to kidnap people. They kidnap, and yet they are security operatives and hooded. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I am raising this We are getting close to campaigns. Yes, this may happen during this time. So I just need clarification from the government, from the security, those in charge of security, why we are seeing this occurring amongst our uniformed officers. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Government.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm going to look into that matter with the Security Minister so that we see how to handle that.
And I think when the minister comes, we shall indeed ask to give a response. Honorable Nakut Face.
Right Honorable Speaker, there is a man-made crisis. In January, in preparation for the events, the international events that our country was hosting, CISPOC, NAM, G77, the government had to clean the street so that we have a beautiful picture when the visitors come. Among the, from the cleaning, nearly 100 children were removed, those street beggars. And they were taken to Masulita together with the leadership of NAPAC and partners who supported us. 425 of those children were resettled in NAPAC and put in 3 schools. The partners have been supporting up to now when they are fatigued. I received a call on Monday from primary school teachers, ed teachers that are keeping these children on our behalf, these victims of trafficking. They are overwhelmed with needs. The children don't have the food. They don't have even beddings, the medical condition. The teachers are overwhelmed. They were doing this duty on behalf of government. Now, my district wrote to the Ministry for Karamoja Affairs, to the Ministry for Disaster. There is no response. There is a risk that if the ed teachers give up, those children could get back to the street. And that is the risk we want to avoid. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education said that a policy is going to be out against boarding. If that policy is implemented, the future of these children and all the other children in our region will be bleak completely. They will not have education. It will mean that education is prohibited for that category of people. I have my prayers which I wish to submit. One of them is for the Office of the Prime Minister to support and supply the immediate needs, food and beddings, for the 425 children who are in school now. They will not even go for holidays, because if they go for holidays, they risk being trafficked back to the street. That is my prayer number 1. Prayer number 2 is for the Ministry of Education to stay that policy, to exclude Karamoja from that policy of banning boarding section. I submit.
Honourable Minister for Education, let me start with these children at the school.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to thank my sister, Honourable Faith, for raising this very critical matter concerning the future of our children in Karamoja. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I am so happy that these children have been removed from streets and taken back to school. That is at least a hope for all of us, that they have been removed and safely taken to pursue their career in the education sector. Number 2, I'm equally happy that the 3 schools in Napak district have all accommodated these children and their learning. Mr. Speaker, what is unique in Karamoja is that some of you might not be aware. Given the unique nature of the region, most of our schools, not all, majority of our schools do accommodate the children as boarding section. But I want to tell this floor, Mr. Speaker, that the government policy is that all our primary schools and secondary schools are day school by policy. However, once for us to have a school to become a boarding section, they must meet with the minimum standard with all the available, whatever we want to make a dormitory to become a school to become a dormitory.
Honourable Minister,
yes.
Can I suggest, because you see, when such a pronouncements usually come in the public goes for these members of parliament for answers. Now, that's a very important pronouncement you made. And I have requested ministers, I have really begged you, when you're making such an important pronouncement, also bring a statement here on the floor so that members can be updated. This is prime time, by the way. When you bring it here and we discuss and you have a buy-in from all these members of parliament, it becomes very easy for you. Okay? So, on this issue, I know it's an issue which can raise a lot of debate. Can you bring a statement on your policy for boarding schools?
Thank you so much for your wise guidance, Mr. Speaker. I want to pledge that I will bring a statement on our policy guidelines on the public schools and the boarding section. Thank you.
Is tomorrow okay? Because you seem to have them ready.
Can I request kindly for next week, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
When is there next week? Right Honourable, on your intervention, Prime Minister's office intervention to give supplies and food and all that, support these children.
Right, Honourable, the children who are, of course, I would say that it is bad and it's sad that our children are lacking food right now. But we are going to intervene so that the children can get food and they should be kept in school because we know the consequences of sending back the children. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Echweri, do you have an answer on where of Tarangu Road?
Right Honourable, I consulted my team. It is true that this parliament approved a loan from the Islamic Development Bank for addressing that road, about 92 kilometers. The truth also is that the company Dot Services was given to handle the road, but it looks like Dot Services may have had challenges that they have not brought to our attention as the supervisors, to the effect that much as there are resources available for them to do the job, the speed at which they are moving is a lot wanting. I have agreed with the engineers, particularly the one supervising, that he gives me, as a political supervisor, a report by tomorrow afternoon of why they are slow and if there are problems, how they can be helped. So that's what we have discussed.
And Honourable Minister, that's a very critical road. You can visit yourself to see. Yeah, and you meet the contractor as a political supervisor.
I commit to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Feta.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. On 10th of this month, the road between Karuma, Anaka and Pakwach was blocked after River Tangi as usual, breaking its bank and blocking access. The last about 3 years, this thing has been happening around such a time. We have tried to reach the responsible ministers, but they were not able to respond to us. And therefore, we had to bring it here. I have 3 prayers. One, the ministry should be able to update the country. What causes this every other time, around this time? Because there is a heavy traffic that moves from Malaba, Lira, Karuma to West Nile through that part. But also the greater Choli moves to West Nile through that road. 2, what could be the short-term and long-term solution? Because we cannot continue to have traffic interruptions just because a river is breaking the banks. Thirdly, we would pray that the ministry engages the leaders in that area, including the caucus of West Nile and the Acholi, so that you can hear our views on the way forward. I thank you.
Honourable Minister for Works.
Right Honourable, it's a pity that Tangi again breaks its bank and causes this disruption. Indeed, I did visit last year with a team of leaders from West Nile and the engineers. While the entire road is being worked by China Railway 7 and NEC, we told, the engineers assured me that they are going to do a first approach to the intervention on that particular spot. The first approach was, they thought if they increased the culverts as a temporal measure, the diameter that they did recommend, maybe it would be able to accommodate as we plan to build what they call a box culvert at that spot. And so we agreed that they do that. Unfortunately, even with the box culvert that has been put, the culvert that has been put, it has again been overwhelmed by the flood that came last few days. And as we talk now, we have told them, instead of following the road systematically and thinking that they can only do a box culvert when they reach that particular spot, given the sensitivity of that location, there is need for them to start planning how to fix a box culvert and eventually also work on the bridge, the entire metallic bridge itself, as we are working in order to also revive the meter gauge railway. So Right Honourable and colleagues, we are aware of the pain, we are aware of the suffering, but we are doing whatever it takes to make sure that we restore normalcy there.
Thank you. Yes, no, Honourable, let it not be an exchange. Let the minister indeed meet the MPs from the affected areas.
But Right Honourable, there's
Honourable, we don't access the microphone that way, please. Yeah. He's off the floor. Yeah. Honourable Singoma, Honourable Penduzi, what's the procedure matter?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, much as the Honourable Minister is making commitment, it would it not be procedurally correct, Honourable Speaker, that the Honourable Minister puts a definite period within which he can meet the members of Parliament. Because, Right Honourable Speaker, for almost 2 years I have been waiting for the Honourable Minister in Gulo. He will tell you, we are coming, we will meet you. And that becomes the story. And so it would be good for him to be specific on what step and when, so we can measure. Thank you.
Honourable Chweru, I know you for being very proactive. Can you meet this team tomorrow? Because it's an emergency.
Right Honourable, we shall meet tomorrow. I will meet the West Nile team tomorrow. We had a commitment with the Right Honourable Prime Minister, but since we are two, my colleague, Honourable Fred Byamukama, will represent the ministry in the Prime Minister's office. Then I will meet the leadership from West Nile in the boardroom of the Minister of Works.
Tomorrow at 10 a.m.?
10 is okay.
Very good. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. I will cross-check with you, honorable colleagues, later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Singo Mato.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, even this is for the same minister, Minister of, even this is for you. Right Honorable Speaker, currently government is upgrading the Chalwajala, Chira, Kasangati, Matuga Road. And at the moment, government has UNRWA has almost paid every pub except the fuel station owners along that stretch. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this is double standards because the reason being given by UNRWA and the Ministry of Works are not convincing. They are saying that the fuel station owners require a lot of money. The stations need a lot of money to compensate. I think, Right Honorable Speaker, what is good for the goose should be good for the jaganda. If you are compensating, you compensate everybody. If you are not compensating, then you don't compensate everybody. You don't compensate. You don't choose whom to compensate and whom to leave out. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is for government and the ministry and UNRWA, all of them collectively, to ensure that they rise to the occasion and handle this matter before it escalates to the level of litigation.
Honourable Minister, you've had a warning.
Right Honorable, just a few minutes back, I was consulting the Right Honorable Learned Attorney General over this subject. I drove along the road this morning and found indeed that work is proceeding where we acquired the right of way. But along the petrol stations, there are bottlenecks. So when I consulted my technical people, why are these? And then the assumption was that, the indication was that the petrol stations were resisting us to take over the land and prepare. I think the assessment already has been done, but they don't seem to be accepting what the valuer has indicated as compensation for them. So the Attorney General has given guidance, and we're going to proceed with the guidance the Attorney General has given.
Honourable Minister, there are not many on the road. So what do? It's engaging. Call these people in a meeting. Other than letters, you've gone to the Attorney General, you write letters, you do what? Engage. They are Ugandans. I don't know who doesn't want that road worked on. Honourable Nwaga. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. The experience I've had, not only on that road, but also with Sabara Road, the ministry is trying to avoid compensating petrol station owners and in the process redesigning the roads, but in such a clumsy way that you will not have an actual road. You will have terrible bends, discharge of waste will be difficult. So you are literally trying to avoid compensating landowners with petrol stations under the guise that the value is high.
Thank you. So, Honourable Minister, engage. There are not many.
Committed, I had shared with the Learned Attorney General just this morning, and he guided on what should be done. And I'm going to request him that given the directive of Parliament, can he help me?
No, Honourable, this is not a directive.
Okay, given what we have agreed here.
No, it's not even about what we've agreed, because I don't want you to reach and you say, Attorney General, I've disregarded your guidance, your advice, because Parliament said ABC. No, what we are doing, we are just giving guidance. These people are not many. So even that advice of the Attorney General, I'm saying don't just write to them letters in case you feel they don't agree with it. Engage. Engaging is always easy. And you even tell the Attorney General has advised me this way. But when you've engaged, that's what I was trying to put across. Honourable Seru Kenya.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, ever since Busabala Road was upgraded, land grabbing became rampant in Busabala Ward. It was Tuesday night last week when Kibiri Market was fenced by land grabbers. The market was developed by government 18 years back, and the government is collecting revenue from this market. On top of that, the government constructed the police station on the same land. But unfortunately, land grabbers left the police out and fenced the market. So, my humble prayers: 1, intervention of the Minister of Land. 2, if the claimers are genuine, let the government buy this land because they have already put their money. Those are my prayers. Thank you, Speaker.
Government?
Thank you, honorable colleague. I'm going to bring this to the attention of the Minister of Lands because it is a serious issue that the market, they are collecting revenue from it. And then the land grabbers, they don't know whether they are real or not. So really, I have to bring it to the attention of the minister, and he's going to get in touch with you, honorable member. Thank you.
Honorable Sechkuba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been seated listening into the manner we are handling business on the floor of this House. I thought the lead of government business is there to marshal her troops, I mean the ministers around, so that they can give answers. Right Honorable Speaker, we are talking of a ministry with more than 3 ministers. And Right Honorable Speaker, it shouldn't be a ritual. It shouldn't be a ritual for the government to post answers that are obvious. Now, once you say you are going to inform the line minister, you are putting down the level of consciousness and expectation, not only of members of parliament, but the whole country. Those who are watching us and knowing that these parliamentary sittings are live, members are seeing, and at the end of the day, we don't have value for money.
So
Right Honorable Speaker.
If you were in my position, what would you do, Honorable Sechkuba?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. I would propose that this parliament sanctions the front bench by putting them to task, by penalizing them, by expressing, we can express dissatisfaction and displeasure in the manner the front bench is conducting business. And I'm surprised that even the government spokesperson cannot move constructively on this matter. He's seated here. He's seeing questions being raised and the ritual answers being given. So, Right Honorable Speaker, can we move to a stage where we name and shame? We name and shame those ministers who are responsible for pulling down this House. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. On the same like Honorable Sechkuba, so that I can. Yes, Honorable Tewandeke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Rule 50 of our Rules of Procedure verbally reading states, a minister shall attend the sitting of the House to answer questions asked to him or her. Right Honorable Speaker, the rule is specific. A minister shall attend. And the way a minister attends in absentia, and the question remains pending with no answers, doesn't it explain more of incompetence? Is it procedurally right that you grant me permission and I come here with a censure motion against such ministers?
You see,
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
The same, on the same,
Yes,
Honourable?
yes, I'm raising a procedural matter on the same. Right Honourable Speaker, our Chief Whip is present. Some time back, the Chief Whip would raise the ministers. Sometimes they are not very far away from Parliament, and they do come and respond to some of these questions later. So the Chief Whip would cross-check. But Right Honourable Speaker, sometimes the ministers also plan for field trips in our constituencies. And for us, we are here waiting for them, like Honorable Mayanja, the Minister for Lands, was in Chiboga yesterday without my knowledge. I was waiting for him here to respond to some of the issues. So, Right Honorable Speaker, and on the same issues, really, they are following up with their the ministerial activities. But I think it would be procedure right that the ministers gazette some of these 3 days for plenary, probably, but also the Chief Whip to cross-check with them if they are around to come and respond to these questions. I thank you.
Honourable Kotogom.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, and honourable members, I happen to serve as the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. And my work was to ensure that ministers attend to their duties. During my time, my office would prepare record of attendance of all ministers in respect to Parliament. And that report would be submitted to the appointing authority. If your performance is below 30%, yeah.
Would that be the reason why you were dropped?
You see, you have been in this, that time, I was the best performing minister that time. And even for the Minister of Youth and Children Affairs, I was awarded. I have the plaque with me as the best performing minister. So at our time, my office would prepare a report of the attendance of ministers, their participation in Parliament, and the report will be submitted to the appointing authority. And if your performance is below 30%, you are not dropped, but you are warned.
Promoted.
You are warned. For my not being there, it is political. It's not about performance, but it's all about politics. So I think this is easy. It can be done. So that ministers should be here. Last time you informed us here that you have your duty, your schedule of duties. That each and every ministry must be present in Parliament at all times. You have your schedules that this so and so will be here today, Monday, and it's only 3 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Monday you can go up country. Friday you can do other things. Saturday and others. That's true. Therefore, please, the Parliament is a very important institution. This is where we transact our businesses. So if ministers are not there, then you will clog the performance of this Parliament.
Thank you, Honourable.
Therefore, Mr. Speaker, you need also to warn the ministers. We need to have a stick. We need to use our powers as Parliament. So ministers stand warned that we shall act.
Honourable Do.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my understanding, and you have guided before, any member with a matter of urgent national importance comes to your office. And the practice has been that your office labors to reach out to the ministers in advance to avoid ambushes. If a member came to you to raise a matter, I know you would say, no, I cannot allow it because the ministers are not prepared. So I look at government as a single unit. And having a leader of government business and the several ministers here, they should work together collectively to respond to the concerns that Ugandans have. When we come and ask questions and we don't get answers, these questions are repeated. Sometimes I sympathize with members. When they speak here, there is a member from Toroko, he's not here, Honorable Remulicha. For the last, I think Ibanda, Remulicha, for the last 5 years, he has been raising, after every 3 months, the challenges with the floods and the roads there. And he's a member of NRM. The last 5 years, every 3 months, he raises it here. And we have seen that. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to suggest that for us members of parliament, we have been taken through orientation. I think our ministers, I don't know whether cabinet has that, they have to do that. These ministers, you cannot get them in office. If you go to their offices and you write a cheat and they see that this is an MP, you would hardly access them. If you send them a text message, most of them, I have testimony and colleagues have, if you send them a text message, you don't get a response, you cannot get a response. The last time, before...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the public,
Order.
which includes our voters,
Colleagues, let's listen to the minister.
the public, which includes our voters, listens to this debate in the House. And an impression is being created that the ministers don't value Parliament, that ministers don't receive members of Parliament in their offices, and the honourable member is generalizing. Can you be specific and say, I went to the Minister of ICT, and the minister was in the office, and he refused to receive me? Because many of us, the standing order in our ministries is that when a member of Parliament comes, we tell our secretary, allow the member to just get access. Even if I have a meeting inside, I know that is the practice in most of the ministries. So unless you name and say, Minister so and so, please stop blanketing all of us as if we don't value members of Parliament. Yes.
No, Honourable conclude. Honourable Jonathan Odur conclude.
Thank you very much. For the record, I can name many of the ministers. Some of them are even seeing me, that I wrote to them, and they have never replied my letter. They are here. But for the record, I have attempted to see the minister responsible for education and sports. And the minister is not inside this parliament right now. But the point I'm making, that I think the minister should take seriously, it's not only me. Some of your colleagues are not able to speak. But for the truth is that it is extremely difficult for members of parliament to access the ministers. And that's why I've given this evidence to you.
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, just number one, today I want to thank the ministers. The front bench is full. I really want to appreciate. But number two, yes. Number two, Rule 114 of our rules of procedure requires ministers to be in the House. Now, the problem is the same rules do not provide for sanctions. Yes, the same rules, because these ministers are like fellow members of parliament. If they don't attend the required sittings as per the law, is when we as leadership can come in and we inform whoever is responsible and they do their seat. So, but I think, honorable colleagues, what you pick from this, what we pick from this is not judging each other, but that we improve on how we coordinate with each other. For example, honorable ministers, would always be happy if you have lunch with members in the canteen. And I know many ministers go in and they do have lunch. And the problem is we end up judging everybody. But we have ministers who are always here. The Honorable Bahati is ever here. Honorable Musasizi is ever here. The Right Honorable Nakadama is ever here. Honorable Government Chief Whip is ever here. Honorable Minister for Local Government, Vice State for Local Government. But Honorable colleagues, most of them who are here. Honorable Mbadi used to be with us here all the time as CDF, and now it's. But Honorable Yomusi, Honorable Anifa, all of you Honorable colleagues, you're always here. Okay? But, Honorable Ministers, as you know, like we shared in our own Wencha Nkwanzi, please always inform your colleagues that endeavor to attend. Yeah, you're a member of parliament. You're a member of parliament. Sometimes in case you leave that front bench, it will be difficult for you to come and sit on the back bench when you never used to be here. And one day it might happen. It might happen. So let's but I want to thank the colleagues who are here. We really appreciate our honorable colleagues always come. So, Honorable Namboze, then Honorable Martin Muzare.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to refer to a press release that was released by the Electoral Commission on the 30th of July 2024, outlining a number of activities to be undertaken ahead of the 2026 elections. Right Honorable Speaker, at number 1, the Electoral Commission set out dates 6th to 16th of August 2024 for field demarcation of constituencies and electoral areas and reorganization of polling stations. Right Honorable Speaker, what is happening on the ground is that the Electoral Commission constituted a team that comprises of town clerks, chief administrative officers, district planners, sub-county administrative secretaries, and themselves as the team to do this work. What they are doing, Right Honorable Speaker, is that they are splitting constituencies, electoral areas. They started with local governments, splitting electoral areas, merging some, and doing away with others. Right Honorable Speaker, in all this exercise, they have not involved the political parties who are major stakeholders in this business. Right Honorable Speaker, I got to know about this from my councillors when they came to me when most of them were losing their constituencies. In accordance to the Local Government Amended Act of 2020, this House passed, and this is what is being implemented, that a sub-county, to have for sub-county councillor, somebody must have 30,000 voters. In KCCA, 100,000 voters. In other cities, 100,000 voters. Municipal wards, 15,000 voters. City division wards, 15,000 voters. Sub-county, 12,000 voters. Towns, wards, 12,000 voters. And then municipal wards, 7,000 voters. Right Honorable Speaker, as much as it is saying that they are implementing a law that was passed by this House, they are using the census of 2014 to determine the population, not the current census. Mr. Speaker, sir, after 10 years, the population has changed and a lot has changed. So if you go out to create electoral areas, depending on the 2014 population census, you are, in essence, already rigging elections because the number of residents has drastically changed, especially for us who are in towns. Right Honorable Speaker.
Prayers, Honorable.
There is also another issue, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to raise. As they are decreasing when they follow up with this, they have decreased the number of councillors. I've been looking at some of my councils. Some of them now have 9 councillors. So if you have a council with 9 councillors and 4 of them are on the executive and 3 of them are chairpersons of committees, that means that committees now in the councils will have no members. You'll find one councillor sitting alone on a committee to supervise a department of the district, of the sub-county, or of a municipal council. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, using the failure to involve stakeholders, when we all agreed, Mr. Speaker, that we are operating in a multi-party system of governance, and that political parties are major stakeholders, especially when it comes to elections. So this exercise, the way it has been conducted, Mr. Speaker, leaves out to the major stakeholders and therefore leaves a lot to desire. So my prayers are, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Electoral Commission, through the Minister for Justice, be ordered, 1, to involve all the stakeholders instead of using technical people in creating constituencies. 2, that after 10 years, it is erroneous, Right Honorable Speaker, to refer to population census of 2014, but have told me that they are doing this because the results of the recently concluded population census have not been gazetted. But, Mr. Speaker, what does it take to gazette the results of a population census that has been concluded so that in 2026 we create constituencies basing it truly on the population quotas as the intention of the framers of our constitution was? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, that we make laws, but laws are not supposed to cause absurdities. Where you see that a council has been decreased to the number of councillors who cannot constitute a council with its organs, then the best thing, Right Honorable Speaker, would have been for the Electoral Commission to refer this matter back to Parliament so that we reconsider the amendment we made. We made it in good spirit. We wanted to decrease the number of leaders. But our intention was not to create an absurdity like the case is turning out to be. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Numbers. Honorable Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this country is known as the Republic of Uganda. A republic means we are a representative government, and the representatives are a result of elections. Therefore, electoral activities are paramount in these arrangements that are in our constitution. Now that this matter has been brought to the attention of government by the Honorable Member of Parliament representing Mukono Municipality, I want to state as follows. Number 1, in decision making, you must seek the input of those who will be affected by the decisions. The cows, town clerks, the electoral commissioners are not candidates for elections. They are not players. Even you, if you are making rules for football, you consult the football clubs. even if you are choosing referees. So this matter is critical. As I understand it, the Honorable Member is stating that the Electoral Commission is perhaps misreading what the meaning of independence is. The Electoral Commission is independent, but it doesn't mean that they act alone and they don't act for themselves. For the record, let me state that this is not the first time the Electoral Commission has done things that have caused embarrassment. Yours truly was once removed from the voters' register by an Electoral Commission which claimed that they had retired the register. I had to go to court to prove that you cannot retire a register. You can compile and keep updating. So, let me take this as homework, but I will do the following two things. Number one, I'll meet them and hear their side. Number two, I will direct whoever is concerned to convene an extraordinary meeting of the National Consultative Forum of Political Parties. This is a constitutional body chaired by the ruling party, but the deputy chair is from the leading opposition party in Parliament. I believe that will be a forum for us to do the right thing for those who will seek elections. Not everybody will be a candidate, but the parties are the best groups to make the input impactful. I promise that by as early as possible next week, you will have your actions. But you'll also hear in the media the things we are trying to do. We want to avoid gerrymandering. We do not want any accusation by those who will lose elections to claim that they lost because of the actions of the Electoral Commission. But they say a stitch in time saves 9. I thought I was being extremely clear. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The concern our colleague has raised has also been raised by many other councillors across the country. Section 108 of the Local Government Act talks about the population quota. Subsection 1 talks about 100,000 in the case of cities. Section C, 15,000 in the case of municipalities or city divisions. Isn't this a contradiction? Would you clarify? Because this is for the representation for direct elected in the city council. One is talking about one councillor representing 100,000 people.
So, Honorable, you want a minister to clarify on the law? Because this is the law.
He's the right person. I thought he is the right person to clarify on the law.
Okay. Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, sir, laws are not suggestions. Everybody is obliged to comply. They are non-negotiable. So there is even no way the Electoral Commission will say they are doing the right thing if it is outside the law. It is as simple as that. So my job is simply to communicate clearly to them, one, that they need to act in a consultative manner, and two, they must be objective. And objectivity means that they must deal with current data. If you are using outdated data of 2014, if that is indeed the case, and their excuse is that it has not been gazetted, then that is, I agree, an absurdity. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me take this as homework.
Thank you. And I'm glad there is still some agreement between the two former DP friends. Huh? I'm happy OB and OG. Yes, but on Minister, really, this is an issue, very, very critical issue. I think after all this, you need to update this house so that we are all informed. I have received calls, some people asking, so coming 2026, each sub-county will have a female councillor. You know, that's now what, yeah, okay, it's in the law, but now people are still debating it. So you need to come out and maybe you give us an information statement out of that roadmap so that we can go and be able to update our people. Honorable colleagues, we are already past 3 p.m. It's already 3:30. Look at our order paper. Honorable Martin Muzari. Then the rest I will take tomorrow. I will start with Honorable Betty Award tomorrow.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I centralize a matter regarding payment of service charge for Yaka meters and the general complaints on the new Yaka meter. Right Honourable Speaker, we are paying for the units. We are paying a lot of money for installation of that meter, between 750 to 800. Really, there is no further justification that we should again go ahead to pay for the service charge. Second, Right Honourable Speaker, the general complaints. The new Yaka meter, it is presumed that its consumption is so high compared to the old one. The new Yaka meter, Right Honourable Speaker, if the units run out, you have to look for a neighbor and plug it in. Then that's when you can be able to load. I imagine a situation where you are about half a kilometer to your neighbor, or late in the night, and all your neighbors are sleeping. You cannot approach them. Second, Right Honourable Speaker, these Yaka meters, if you are loading, the digits are so many, in that if you have a challenge with your sight, your eyesight, it is very difficult for you to load. I have witnessed it. My mother, whenever I send her, she gets challenges to load these units. Right Honourable Speaker, these very Yaka meters, we have a challenge when we are loading them. The network is always a problem. As you are loading, they tell you, wait. The units are not coming on the screen. You end up loading another one. So these are the challenges, Right Honourable Speaker. My prayer, the service charge should be scrapped. When MTN had just come and Airtel, they were charging these services. But as a result of competition, we no longer have these charges. Two, Right Honourable Speaker, I don't know what UNBS is doing to approve these Yaka meters, which are consuming a lot, which do not fit the standards of Ugandans. Right Honourable Speaker, it is important that UNBS should approve these Yaka meters, which can fit the standards of Ugandans. I'm also praying that we get automated Yaka meter digits so that immediately you load on your phone, it automatically goes on to save Ugandans who have challenges with their eyesight. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Minister for Energy. Oh, I can see both of them. The senior minister is here.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I have heard the complaint from my colleague. It touches technicality of the Yaka meters. And what we are going to do is to go back. We will capture all the complaints that he has raised and interface with the umeme and make sure that we rectify so that we can give good services. But Right Honorable Speaker, all the meters and other gadgets that we use are always checked by UNBS. So, including these meters. So, your Right Honorable Speaker, it is a very serious issue that a colleague has raised, and we are going to make sure that we rectify it.
Committee on Energy, I assign you this issue. Committee on Energy, I assign you this issue. Report back in 1 month. Next item.
Item 3 on the other paper, statement by Minister on the status of the electricity connectivity and the ongoing related projects in the country.
Thank you. Before the Minister for Energy takes the floor, the Minister for Defense, we had an issue here earlier on, and we don't want to clog the order paper. The issue of hooded security people, hooded officers in security uniform. Honorable Saro Pendi raised it here.
They are protecting themselves from COVID.
Mr. Speaker, the uniform those people are putting is not the uniform that belongs to the UPDF. But now that it looks similar, we are going to investigate and report back.
No, Honourable Minister, what the member said, okay? They are in uniform, UPDF uniform, or police uniform and all that. But they cover their face, so they are not visible there and in public. And the member said if it is like pickup, escort vehicles, she wouldn't have a problem. But she got an incident around Forest Mall when a lady was being guarded by a person in a military uniform in broad daylight, was putting on, a hood. So are hoods part of the uniform? Are they part of the military attire? Or it is a matter you need to go and look into as government.
Mr. Speaker, it is wrong if that one has happened. But what I'm saying is, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is, it is wrong if that has happened. But what I'm saying is, we are still going to investigate further. Because there are so many people who try to camouflage and they pretend to be the security personnel when they are not. But we are going to investigate it and we will give you a better answer for this House.
Thank you. Thank you. No, the question was well captured on the Hansard. So usually the government chief whip picks these issues from the Hansard and shares with the minister for follow-up. So let it remain on that line. Honourable Minister for Energy. Honourable colleagues, I'm already coming to 4. I want us to go on the statement that is on the order paper.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, the purpose of this statement is to appraise Parliament of the progress of implementation of the Bridging the Demand-Supply Gap Balance through accelerated rural electrification program funded with a loan from the Exim Bank of China. This was a loan targeting the sub-counties. Second is the progress of implementation of the Electricity Access Scale-Up Project, ESP, funded with a loan from the World Bank. And third, I'll be briefing you on the status of connectivity in the entire country. The background, Right Honorable Speaker, government through the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development received a credit facility from the Exim Bank of China to implement the Bridging the Demand-Supply Balance Gap through the Accelerated Rural Electrification Program for electrification of sub-counties in the country in order to support socio-economic development. The components of the projects were, 1, the construction of the medium and low voltage networks, and 2, the installation of the pole-mounted distribution transformers, and 3 was the provision of last-mile consumer electricity connections. On the 31st of October 2017, my ministry entered into a commercial contract with Tibea Company Limited as the engineering, procurement, and construction EPC. And at a contract price of $212,669,840.08 USD. My ministry also engaged a consultant, M&E Associates, a Ugandan company, to supervise the project as the owner's engineer. On construction progress of the project, Right Honorable Speaker, following the contract effectiveness of the EPC contract, the contractor proceeded with implementation of the project, and overall, the physical construction has been completed. The outcome of the project is outlined as follows. 1, a total of 210 sub-county headquarters, town councils were electrified under the project, adding 3,202.46 kilometers of medium voltage and 6,827.82 kilometers of LV, or low voltage, to the national grid, as well as installation of 1,744 distribution transformers that were fully completed, commissioned, and handed over to the various network operators like Umeme, UEDCL, Kilembe Investment Limited, Wanareco, for operation and connection of customers. In addition, the project procured connection materials to connect 180,228 electricity customers in the entire country. Currently, prepaid meters were supplied and connections are ongoing across the country. This was to support the government's electricity connection policy, EPC, which was free connection policy. The contractor completed resettlement action plan for PAPs, the studies across all regions, and the reports have been submitted to the Chief Government Valuer for review and approval. And to date, the Chief Government Valuer has approved the resettlement action plan reports. This is about compensation to the project affected persons, totaling 38 billion Ugandan shillings for the compensation of the project affected persons. Furthermore, the project constructed a warehouse at Kachiri in Wakiso district and handed it over to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. The ministry is now using this facility for storage of connection materials and other power line equipments. Although construction works have been completed, as a contractual obligation, the contractor remains on ground to rectify any defects that may occur until my ministry issues final completion certificate envisaged during the second quarter of calendar year 2025. On the challenges faced during the implementation of the project, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the project has faced a number of challenges that we continue to address as we implement the defects liability period. The challenges are highlighted below. The contract did not cover transformers needed for the construction of 11 kV networks. However, some of the sub-county headquarters selected for electrification are situated in areas where existing 11 kV networks are. As a result, the 11 kV schemes comprising of 78.9 kilometers of medium voltage and 176.9 kilometers of low voltage lines have been constructed but are pending installation of 30 distribution transformers. These schemes are located in the districts of Manafa, Kumi, and Soroti. The necessary 11 kV transformers are currently being procured by the ministry, with delivery anticipated by the end of next month, September. The responsibility for compensating project-affected persons for the crops and trees damaged during construction works falls on the government of Uganda. We are unable to compensate PAPs due to budget constraints, as I will be explaining further. Currently, the obligation for compensation on this project amounts to 35.5 billion Ugandan shillings, but no funds have been provided in the financial year 2024-2025. The rampant vandalism of project materials, mainly wires from completed schemes, has severely compromised the functionality and reliability of constructed networks, leading to frequent power outages and increased repair costs. Theft or deliberate damage to essential components such as power lines and transformers disrupt service delivery and has imposed a financial burden to the ministry. Addressing this issue requires enhanced security measures, community awareness, and strict legal penalties to protect infrastructure and ensure the continued benefits of these projects. Let me now embark on electricity access scale-up project. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the ESP builds upon government's earlier interventions to directly support the expansion and strengthening of the electricity distribution network and scale up consumer connections by facilitating at least 1 million electricity connections covering households, commercial enterprises, industrial parks, mining centers, and public institutions. This will significantly increase the level of access to grid electricity in Uganda, as well as increase the share of clean energy usage for cooking. The interventions are therefore well aligned with the government's Vision 2040, the National Development Plan Phase 3, the Parish Development Model, and the Sustainable Development Goal 7, which targets the energy access, among others. Parliament cleared the loan in November 2022, and the project achieved effectiveness on 20th of July 2023. The project is financed by the World Bank to a tune of $628 million US, out of which 276.5 million is a grant. 20 million is to be leveraged from the private sector, and government of Uganda will provide $10 million US. Right Honorable Speaker, the ESP is a 5-year project whose interventions will be delivered through 5 components, which I would like to name. 1, grid expansion and connectivity, consumer connections, and investments in new grid infrastructures to accommodate additional connections. Component number 2, financial intermediation for energy access scale-up. Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company will use innovative financing mechanisms, including lines of soft credit through participating financial institutions and grants through energy service companies to promote the supply and uptake of clean energy technologies. Component 3, energy access in refugee host communities. This will provide interventions detailed under Component 1 and 2, but specifically in the refugee host districts. Component 4, project implementation support, affordable modern energy solutions and implementation of performance bond conditions. Component 5, contingent emergency response. This is rapid support for eligible emergencies. A transformer has collapsed. You have to be disaster prepared. Right Honorable Speaker, project implementation is being undertaken by project implementation units at the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development and at the Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company. A project steering committee is in place to provide oversight and strategic guidance during project implementation. This committee comprises of representation from the Office of the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Minister of Water and Environment, Minister of Education and Sports, Minister of Health, and Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, as well as Minister of Local Government, and then UECCC and my ministry. Let me report on the progress on the implementation of the connection to the grid expansion components. Colleagues, beginning with progress on grid connection under ESP, the ESP targets to add 1,073,000 new grid connections. Implementation of grid connections under Umeme concession commenced in March 2024. Customer applications for both no-pole or one-pole service are being received and processed. Between 11th March and 30th July 2024, a total of 221,412 applications had been received by Umeme, marking a 72% progress in application status of the 309,841 targeted connections for the period ending March 31st, 2025. The cumulative number of connections made by Umeme as at 30th June this year, 2024, stood at 64,037. And Umeme has indicated that they will be able to deliver as per the work plan, since other development partner-funded projects are closing out. And this is expected to be at the end of July 2024, which is last month, and therefore they remain to focus on the ESP. Other distribution companies are undertaking free connections using materials procured by my ministry using other funding sources that were already in place before ESP. The ministry is currently procuring electricity connection materials under ESP to be used by these distribution companies. Right Honorable Speaker, on the progress on grid expansion and connectivity under ESP, my technical teams are undertaking surveys in preparation for the development of construction designs for the power lines extension schemes to be implemented under ESP. All due care is being undertaken in the preliminary data data capture to ensure equitable regional spread of new electricity lines in support of new electricity connections. The project is targeting potential consumers who have lived near the electricity network without being connected to the grid, and therefore the targeted extension will be in the radius of about 3 kilometers, short distances. Colleagues, implementation of the grid expansion works is in preparatory stages, with the focus being on two. One, executing procurement to onboard the service providers to deliver the various aspects for grid expansion. And two, preliminary designs and surveys in preparation for the grid expansion execution. As previously highlighted, the scope of grid expansion works will involve: one, construction of 2,900 kilometers of medium voltage network, and two, construction of 3,100 kilometers of low voltage network and associated 1,200 distribution transformers. The progress attained in the procurement and preliminary designs for grid expansion activities is highlighted below. One, planning, designing, and supervision consultancy, where the contractor with the GOPA intake was signed on 22nd of May 2024, and commencement is to be achieved this month, August 2024, after advance payment. The other point is on materials logistics service provider. And this service provider shall manage storage and transportation of all ESP inventory for connections and grid expansion materials. The procurement is at technical evaluation. And three, resettlement action plan consultant. The consultant shall support acquisition of well leaves for the grid expansion components. The procurement is at financial evaluation level. And four, procurements for bulk material suppliers and line installation contractors have also commenced. On the progress on the implementation of the financial intermediation component of the ESP implemented by Uganda Energy Credit Capitalization Company, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, this company is a government of Uganda company established to catalyze financing for renewable energy projects and increase the access to clean and modern energy services. The company uses limited public resources to leverage private sector participation in the financing of renewable energy projects and access programs. The company is an apex clean energy financier that majorly intermediates its services in partnership with financial institutions. These are commercial banks regulated by Bank of Uganda, and microfinance institutions and SACCOs regulated by Uganda Microfinance Regulatory Authority, and energy service companies distributing clean energy technologies. This company is implementing the financial intermediation component of ESP project, which is about 110 million US dollars, and will provide financial, technical, and other support for off-grid and clean energy access and productive use of energy. Energy access includes solar home systems, solar systems for commercial enterprises, clean cooking solutions for private and public institutions, and productive uses of energy such as water pumping, irrigation, refrigeration and cooling, water heating, and grain milling, powered by both on-grid and off-grid energy sources. The above interventions target a nationwide coverage including refugee host districts and refugee settlements. So this company will also disburse grants to support the supply and installation of large standalone solar systems to electrify public schools, public health centers, and public water supply systems. The key UECCC implementing partners include participating financial institutions, PFIs, and energy service companies. The PFIs include commercial banks, microfinance institutions, leasing companies, savings and credit cooperative organizations, and investment funds. The PFIs and the ESCOs, the energy service companies that are partnering with UECCC were publicly solicited through a nationwide call for expression of interest published in September 2023. To date, 32 financial institutions have been accredited to apply for credit support facilities. To date, a technical review committee and the World Bank have evaluated and cleared 87 of those companies to participate in the price subsidy programs. The committee comprises of representatives from the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, my ministry, and UECCC project implementation units. Colleagues, it is important to note that UECCC continues to achieve expressions of interest from financial institutions and energy service companies that are interested in participating in the ESP. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, on the progress of the result-based financial programs under UECCC, UECCC will partner with accredited energy service companies to discount prices for off-grid solar systems for lighting and charging. These are solar lantern prices that will be discounted by 60%, and the prices for solar systems with the two lights will be discounted by 50%. Clean cooking solution prices powered by solar, briquettes, ethanol, biogas, electric pressure cookers, and liquefied petroleum gas will be discounted by 30% to 50%. Depending on the technology, productive uses of energy equipment such as water pumping, irrigation, refrigeration and cooling, water heating, and grain milling will have prices discounted by 60%. To date, 35 energy service companies dealing in off-grid solar, 30 energy service companies dealing in productive use of energy products, and 22 energy service companies dealing in non-biomass cook stoves have been shortlisted. The selected companies have a wide outreach and will use market-based approaches to deliver price discounts to the public. The only requirement to purchase the discounted products will be a national identification card and the ability to pay the prices after discount. Beneficiaries will be able to walk away with their products after purchase. As independent verification agent, these are the audit firm, as it will make use of a digital platform to verify sales submitted by the energy service companies. The digital platform will facilitate transparency during the verification process by the independent verification agent. UECCC will also support the energy service companies to address market entry barriers through incentives to make sales in remote areas of Uganda, like Karamoja, the islands, the refugee host districts. This company shall soon execute grant agreements with the selected companies to convey the price discount to the public, and procurement of the independent verification agent, Right Honorable Speaker, is ongoing. On the progress of credit support facility under UCCC, this company will provide lines of credit to PFIs to on-lend to households and commercial enterprises for acquisition of clean energy technologies, off-grid solar, productive use of energy, clean cooking solutions, internal wiring, and three-phase connections, and to provide working capital loans to energy service companies. On appraisal on disbursement of loans, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable colleagues, to date, 43.5 billion Ugandan shillings has been approved for on-lending to beneficiaries by Centenary Bank, Housing Finance Bank, Finca Uganda Limited, Post Bank Uganda Limited, Stanbic Bank Uganda Limited, and Development Microfinance Limited. 10 additional applications from PFIs are under appraisal, totaling 41 billion Ugandan shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, progress of public institutions program. For the public institutions program, UCCC is the grant pass holder to disperse contract payments to the energy service companies, competitively procured by the Ministries of Water, Health, Education, to electrify rural water pumping schemes, public health centers, and public schools. On the Ministry of Water and Environment, Right Honorable Speaker, UCCC has signed grant agreements with 4 successful energy service companies that shall electrify the 40 identified water stations covering Northern Uganda, 10, Western Uganda, 10, Eastern Uganda, 10, and Central Uganda, 10. The grant amount committed so far is approximately 22 billion Ugandan shillings. The water pumping stations will be identified by Ministry of Water and Environment, while Ministry of Health is currently finalizing the bidding documents for onward submission to the World Bank for a no objection. The release of the request for proposal is planned for September 2024, and about 350 health centers identified by the Ministry of Health will be electrified through this component of the ESP. On the Ministry of Education and Sports, the ministry is currently finalizing the bidding document for onward submission to the World Bank for a no objection. The release of the request for proposal is planned for September 2024, and about 350 schools identified by the Ministry of Education and Sports will be electrified through this component of ESP. Implementation challenges. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Electricity Access Scale-Up project is largely a project that will support the implementation of free connections as stipulated in the electricity connection policy. However, my ministry had a liability of about 72.522,836,357.84 Ugandan shillings, being the outstanding arrears owed by the government of Uganda to the utility companies and contractors in respect of the services and works implemented under the rural electrification program that we experienced. Umeme delayed commencement of free connections under ESP as a result of unpaid arrears. There was a delay. With the approval of Cabinet, my ministry has since paid outstanding arrears to electricity service providers amounting to 36.228585,366 Ugandan shillings, which had been audited by the independent auditors, KPMG, and the balance was to wait for the independent audit and verification by the Office of the Auditor General. All outstanding arrears have since been audited by the Auditor General, and the balance will now be completed in order to avail cash flow to the service providers. On the status of connectivity in the country, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the electricity access in the country stands at 60%. Yes. 22% on grid out of 60%, 22% on grid, 38% off grid. The solars that you use, we count them. That is off grid. Electricity access in the country stands at 60%. 22% on grid, 38% off grid. All district headquarters have been electrified except for Obonji, which is a newly created district. Yes, Kalenga district that recently shifted its headquarters, and Buvuma district, which is an island. Otherwise, the rest of the districts in the country, their headquarters have been connected. Projects have been initiated to electrify these 3 district headquarters. I'm talking about headquarters. Government has also embarked on electrifying sub-county headquarters. This has been our policy. With only 410 sub-counties still remaining out of 2,066 sub-counties, town councils, or division headquarters. 410 remain unconnected. The power distribution grid has increased from 6,496 kilometers as in 2005 to over 80,000 kilometers currently. We have 2,228,384 million customers who are grid connected, 95% of which are domestic. This leaves a balance of about 8.2 million households who need to be connected on the electricity grid. My ministry, together with the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, continue to develop new projects and mobilize financing to propel the country to universal access by 2030, using both on-grid and off-grid solutions. Right Honourable Speaker, challenges in implementing rural electrification programs. 1. Inadequate counterpart funding by government is a key challenge to the implementation of rural electrification programs, whereas my ministry has a contractual and PPAs compensation obligations totaling to over 440 billion Ugandan shillings. The budget provision for financial year 2024-2025 is only 55 billion Ugandan shillings only. The demand is 440 billion. The budget has 55 billion shillings. Whereas construction works under the sub-county projects financed by Exim Bank of China have been completed, government has since released 2.2 billion UGX for compensation out of the required 38 billions. Similarly, construction works have been completed for the Uganda Rural Electrification Access Project, UREP, financed by the African Development Bank, but government has only released 2.6 billion for compensation to date. The trend of inadequate counterpart funding has resulted in delayed implementation of projects and may be the case with ESP, where World Bank requires the ministry to compensate project-affected persons before construction works commence. If the sub-county and URE projects required compensation of PAPs before commencement of construction works, as is required with ESP, these two projects will be stranded to date. Vandalism remains a major challenge to the power supply industry. As already indicated, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, addressing this issue requires enhanced security measures. It requires community awareness, which we are doing, and I would like to call upon everybody to join me in this support. It requires strict legal penalties, and I would like to thank you, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, when you supported the amendment to the 1999 Electricity Act, where we introduced stringent punishment for the people who are involved in vandalism. So this is still with us. And Right Honourable, I would like to conclude by requesting this August Parliament to note the progress made by government in implementation of bridging the demand-supply balance gap through the accelerated rural electrification programs. I would like you to note the progress made by government in the implementation of the electricity access scale-up project. And I would also like you to note the progress made by government to electrify the entire country. I have also mentioned challenges, and I would like this August House to note the challenges faced in implementation of the rural electrification program that include financial constraints and vandalism. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to brief the country on this very, very pertinent and important project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Ministers, you've seen these are the kind of updates. They help. I think this is a very important update for the country on the many questions that have been asked. Now, honourable colleagues, we are going to open debate now. I'm giving, we shall be using 3 minutes, but I'm giving 5 minutes to the Shadow Minister first for Energy, Honorable Kanyike Evans.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I will appreciate the Minister for the elaborate statement she has just made on the floor. However, it is unfortunate that our rules of procedure are very silent about how Shadow Minister responds to the ministerial statements. I intend, as the Shadow Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, to come out with a formal statement on energy governance in Uganda, including rural electrification under Rule 53, on behalf of the Leader of the Opposition. Right Honorable Speaker, I have read and listened very attentively to the Minister's statement. However, it does not clearly address the members' concerns, and that is Honorable Lumu Richard, the Member of Parliament for Mitiana South.
Honorable, let me make it very easy for you. You had prepared a statement, okay? But you didn't follow the rules on how it should be done. Let me use my general authority around you because I can see you're going here and there to read your statement so that we debate. You can do it in a shadow way. What is the Shadow Minister?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your guidance and indulgence. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, she was replying the question which was raised by Honorable Richard Rumu, the Member of Parliament for Mitiana South. And as the Shadow Minister for Energy and Mineral Development, I have this statement to present. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the Honorable Richard Rumu, who raised this matter of utmost national importance. Unfortunately, is not in a house, is indisposed, and therefore not able to respond to the Minister as provided for under Rule 48 of our Rules of Procedure. And I will briefly, for the recalled, state his areas of concern that led to this ministerial statement. 1. Rural electrification in Uganda has suffered a stillbirth, Right Honorable Speaker. Yes, of uncoordinated efforts, delivering very little after mainstreaming the rural electrification program from an independent agency to a department. In the ministry responsible for energy in October of 2021, the program virtually came to a standstill. Right Honorable Speaker, at the time of the mainstreaming rural electrification in the ministry, hundreds or probably thousands of kilometers of low voltage lines constructed by the Rural Electrification Agency, REA, had not been energized or commissioned. More than 3 years since these lines were erected, the lines are still not energized in many parts of the country. I know members of Parliament will bear witness with me that in their constituencies, many of those unenergized lines were vandalized and conductors taken by valuers. A new World Bank loan and grant project, the Electricity Access Scale-Up project, valued at $638 million, it was even mentioned in the minister's statement, has been rolled out largely to increase connection on the existing grid power lines. Only customers who are lucky to be next to the existing low voltage pole care benefits, they are benefiting from this loan project. Right Honorable Speaker, there is no ongoing program to the extent that power lines to areas are currently not served. Our colleague, Honorable Lumu, rose to this very important point of lack of expanded rural electrification in Mitiana to raise this matter. He raised a matter of Chetume Parish, which is the leading producer of tomatoes in Mitiana. The tomatoes go bad due to lack of a factory to add value addition. And a tax investor was willing to set up a project, a factory, but due to lack of electricity infrastructures, it was not possible. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Rumu raised the matter of Kaskombe, which has a data center 3, but without electricity infrastructure as well. In most of our constituencies, Right Honorable Speaker, even including your constituents, because I visited Mitoma North when we came as a committee of natural resources and environment, and some of the areas in your constituencies, they don't have power connection. In most of our constituencies, we have examples like those of Mitiana South, and unfortunately, we do not see any program to cure the rural electrification problem. The much hyped electricity access scale-up project is not able to expand coverage beyond existing lines. The project was designed to connect customers who require both a no-pole and a one-pole service. We now know that the project is being implemented in some areas, excluding others. As the minister mentioned it clearly here. In my constituency, and that is Bukoto East in Masaka district, we do not have any free connection. Honorable Minister, in many other areas where implementation has commenced, only those who require no pole service are benefiting, contrary to the design approved by this House. Increasing.
The point of order.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable colleagues, you know I'm not one person who normally raises up on points of orders. But for the sake of having the record right, Right Honorable Speaker, I am aware from which constituency you are from. And I vividly heard the Honorable colleague referring to a constituency for the record purpose as Mitoma North and Ruhinda. Where do you exactly come from?
Thank you. Yes. Yes, for the record.
For the record, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, for the record, I come from Ruhinda North constituency.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now, I had just kept quiet, thinking the honorable colleague might have gone to recruit in a different place. You know, we don't belong to the same political line. So now you've given him exactly where I come from. He might put a candidate on me. Okay, yeah, just Ruhinda North. They supported me so much when they visited me as a committee. I want to thank you, honorable colleagues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, it is Ruhinda North. and it is in Mitoma district. Let me proceed. Right Honorable Speaker, increasing access to the existing network increasing access to the existing network, it will require electricity access scale-up project, which requires injecting thousands of new transformers in the network. The Honorable Minister is aware that some of the transformers in different areas in this country, they are dilapidated and they need to put other transformers, replacing them with those which are dilapidated and of a voltage which fits within those different jurisdictions. Right Honorable Speaker, effect of energy governance on rural electrification program. Right Honorable Speaker, in Uganda is currently undergoing significant uncertainty in energy governance, leading to lack of clarity on fundamental questions on availability, reliability, and affordability of power. At the heart of the uncertainty is the end of the Umeme limited concession and the funding of the infrastructure deficit, including restoration, rehabilitation, and expansion of electricity distribution grid. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Minister, in her submission to Parliament during the budget framework paper and the Ministerial policy statement for financial year 2024-2025, highlighted the need for Parliament to support the Ministry to raise the Umeme buyout amount, as well as giving the successor of Umeme access to financing for the dilapidated grid infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, Umeme's concession is ending in 7 months, time from today. Actually, to be specific, that is February 28th of February next year at midnight. You extended too much? Okay. I stand to be corrected. Right Honorable Speaker, the lease and the assignment, the assigned agreement provided for Uganda to have undertaken a study of the status of the grid assets managed by Umeme in the 17th of the 20th year of the concession. Now, in the 19th year, the Minister has not given this House a report for the status of the electricity grid managed by Umeme and by the extension of Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited. It has taken the Honorable Rumu Richard the lack of electricity infrastructure in Mitiana South for the Minister to respond to the matters of energy governance with a budget implication. Right Honorable Speaker, liquidation of Umeme. In this period of rationalization of government agencies, it was mooted and the Minister informed Parliament of the intention to merge the successor companies of Uganda Electricity Board, UEB. From 2001, now 23 years down the road, UEB has been under liquidation. One of her babies, UEDCL, is about to repossess some of the assets that belonged to the board that has failed to die. Right Honorable Speaker, we know that former employees of UEB are dying without payment of their terminal benefits. Many former employees have lost hope in ever receiving their benefits in their lifetime. The Minister, for some unknown reasons, never mentioned UEB in liquidation. Umeme's successor. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has 9 electricity distribution companies. To mention, Umeme Limited, West Nile Rural Electrification Company, Weniliko, Uganda Electricity Distribution Company Limited, UEDCL, Bundibujo Electricity Cooperative Society, Chegegwa Rural Energy Cooperative Society, Padel Abim Community Multipurpose Electricity Cooperative Society, Chilembe Investment Limited, Hydro Max, and Kalangala Infrastructure Services Limited, KISS. Umeme is Uganda's main electricity distribution company with a market share of over 95%. UEDCL, the owner of the network, currently operated and maintained by Umeme, is slated to take back its assets and manage it. For UEDCL to expand the current network after taking over from Umeme, the minister should inform this House the proposed source of financing of those investments. Other rural distribution challenges, Right Honorable Speaker, supply and tariffs in the West Nile and Kalangala are unique. Both areas have just been connected to the national grid through electricity transmission infrastructure and a marine cable, respectively. Kalangala, which has previously running on supply from a hybrid of solar and diesel engines, has now been connected onto the national grid and joined problems of the mainland. The tariffs are higher and there is power outage that never used to exist are now so common in those two respective areas. In Kalangala, a unit of electricity is sold to a domestic consumers by a distributor, Kalangala Infrastructure Services, at a cost 1,269.5 excluding VAT. This district is also not able to benefit from the one pole service under the Electricity Access Scale-Up project. For the West Nilers, we congratulate them upon joining the usual national grid challenges. The arrival of the high voltage power to West Nile is good, but the minister is silent on the electricity distribution challenges in the West Nile. The last mile connection run by Wenliko in Madi Okoro and Obongi districts. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I have few prayers. Number one, I pray that this August House finds that there are many substantive issues of energy governance to be addressed by the executive beyond the Minister of Energy. Some of the matters I have raised require input of Attorney General, ministers responsible for privatization, and the Minister for Finance. Lastly, I pray that the statement and that of the minister be referred to the relevant committee, and that is the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources, to enable Parliament to debate and make a recommendation on the rural electrification with the background of energy planning and governance in our country. I beg to submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. And now, Honorable Shadow Minister, just I read through your statement, very brilliant statement, but the problem, you went broader, and the minister now had been limited to 2 projects. Because you see the way it is structured, it was as if the minister has not responded to critical issues in the sector. But our assignment was only on 2 projects. Okay? So, and I request honorable colleagues, we limit our debate to those two projects for now, and then I will be guiding at the end on what we're going with. So I will start with Honorable, I'll pick a few here and then I pick a few here. I'll start with Honorable Robin Arwakojo. I'll follow with Honorable Kefa Kiwanuka. I add on Honorable Songa. I'm trying to pick in each region. Yes, one each. No, West Nile I picked Songa for now. Yes. I also need to pick. Wow, today all of you are looking at me with masterful eyes. Huh? This is very rare. All of you, your faces are kind. Yes. No, let me pick an islander. Yes, an islander. And then I'll pick Honorable Choma. Then I'll pick Bishop. I'll pick, I pick Independent Honorable Cyrus, Honorable Nwagaba, for now. But Honorable colleagues, what I promise you, if we can keep it short, I want to give as many of you an opportunity. Because this is a national project. Even if it means us stopping on this one only for today, but I give you time. Okay? So let's be quick, honorable colleagues, so that we give others a chance. Yeah.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for her statement, and I would like to talk about electricity in Chai sub-county, because when I did my investigations from the Ministry, I was told that it was under EXIM. Gomba West has 5 sub-counties, and of those, it is Chai sub-county which does not have electricity. No inch of electricity at all, no pole, no wire, no transformer. In 2016, electricity to Chai was a presidential pledge and was reaffirmed about a month ago by HE, the President. I pray that electricity lines be installed from Madu down to Degeya, Nyabugando, Nyachitembe, Rwaheba, Biyanja, Bugura, Nsororo, and Chai itself, and within the 19 villages of Chai sub-county. Secondly, that vandalized lines in Mauchi Parish, Kablasoke sub-county, Rugaga Parish in Kablasoke sub-county, and others be replaced, and the transformers be provided in Bulwada, Kakubansiri, Rubale, Bukundugulu, Matongo, Chambobo, and Nsozi Biri. We have a solar power project in Kablasoke. I don't know if this is out of it. It's the biggest in East and Central Africa. But I would like the ministry to find out the status of that land, because it would be an embarrassment if it no longer was to be. The power was to go onto the national grid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Kefa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to speak on this. I've had the opportunity of being chair for the Natural Resources Committee in the 10th Parliament for the 5 years. And it's a lot that have been achieved, Honourable Minister. Congratulations. It's great work that's being achieved. But I have 3 points just to keep to my time. The first one, I'm surprised that with 210 sub-counties connected, you've declared the project complete, whereas they were supposed to be 287. Is this a symptom of some revision that have been done without the knowledge of Parliament? The second point that I'm interested in, the purpose of the project was to stimulate demand in the country. Through connection, having increased users, it was hoped that it will bring the tariffs down. You've not reported on that. I wonder what effect this project has had on the tariffs in the country. The other big problem that we had, we were having a lot of generation. and actually many times talking about excess supply than actually what could be consumed. There wasn't much in terms of investment in transmission and investment in distribution. I think a lot has been achieved in the area of distribution, and again, congratulations on that. But there was a concern that the transmission lines that we are having, on which the distribution lines are being connected, are very old. Actually, some of them obsolete, constructed way back in the 1960s. I've not had any mention that actually some work has been done around the transmission line, trying to update them. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're having outages and increased technical losses. Finally, Honorable Minister, there is a problem, as mentioned by the Shadow Minister, that a number of contractors subcontractors around the country on this Tibea project have not been paid. And I wonder what the status is about that at the moment. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, my chairperson. Honourable Kefa was my chairperson, and we processed this project. And it's a project really, the one of Tibea. It's a project, Honourable Minister, I'm finding a few issues with this statement. I think you need to dig deeper. But I hope in the debate they'll come out. Very good example here on page 4, where you say that they didn't cover 11 kVA transformers, but then you covered and you have 78.9 kilometers that don't have transformers. So where did these transformers go then, if they were planned and they were part of the contract? So meaning you're having 78 kilometers where the contractor didn't put transformers. So, and we say the project is closed. So still a lot. I hope we can get out more. Yes, I had picked Honorable Songa.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. First of all, I want to thank the Minister for the statement. For the last 50 years, I had been waiting for that power in West Nile. But West Nile had been waiting for that power for 100 years. We thank you for that initiative to connect West Nile to the national grid. And we also pray that you fast track now the completion of Nyaga 6.6 megawatts so that it can be stepped up to supply power in West Nile. And then the issue of the energy mix and the solar, I think that will be very important. I also want to congratulate you for the LPG, and then for the solar, and then the initiative for clean cooking, because we are losing many of our mothers and children under 5 because of indoor air pollution. And so if we can promote clean cooking, we shall be saving both in the health sector, but also saving our mothers and children under 5. Related to that, the materials for batteries are still being taxed. The materials for making solar batteries are still being taxed. It's making solar very expensive. The same with cylinders. That should be addressed. On the Uganda Electricity Capitalization, Credit Capitalization Fund and the UDB, I think the issue will be more to do with the interest rate. How much is the interest rate? Is it affordable? That should be addressed. And then, the agreement was signed, but you are saying it does not cover transformers. Why did we sign agreements which does not cover transformers? And then, what is the alternative? Where are we going to get transformers? Because we need transformers to have electricity which is reliable, strong, and for industrial power generation. Then, the issue of coverage. If I look at my district of Zombo and Greater Nebi, the coverage of this project is very scanty, and we feel that at least health centers and irrigation sites should be included so that they are also connected. And then there is also the issue of the PAPs. Last week during the recess, I had people who had challenges on that, but you have explained, we shall continue to explain that. that the money is still going to be processed so that they are paid. Then World Bank issues focuses too much on refugee host areas. How about refugee impacted area? This should be also addressed. Otherwise, on the challenges, we are ready to support you so that this can be addressed.
Thank you. Honorable Okeyo, then Honorable Choma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from the islands, and these are unique areas of Sigulu, the islands of Mayuge, the islands of Vuma, the only area, apart from northern Uganda, that do not have access to electricity. Honorable Minister, when are these Ugandans also going to take the opportunity to have electricity in their areas? Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, is the question of the solar energy that was established on Dolwe Islands. The people prefer that they would rather go back to diesel power than solar power because a bulb is charged 5,000 and it has become so expensive for our people. Like the Shadow Minister clearly indicated, you find that people are not consuming power. Honorable Minister, when can this be reduced to make sure that our people enjoy the power? Right Honorable Speaker, also the question of compensation. I think this House and the government should think twice. How do we really access electricity and then consider compensation? Because many projects have failed because of compensation. I think this country and this House should address the question of compensation such that we access power and services to our people. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I think it was last week when I touched on that issue. We are facing problems. Honorable Minister for Finance, you have been running projects, and I'm going to finance because it's the one which negotiates these projects. Now, we have been running electricity projects in our constituencies without compensation. From Kuwait, Aberdare, what? But now you just bring one project and you're saying, and then the people who are not compensated on the older projects are saying, no, 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 you people, you ate our money. Some are even saying, remove the rains, I also need compensation. So when you're negotiating with World Bank, all this money would be putting in compensation for one pole, for two poles. You would add it on so that we connect as many people, or we have uniformity. I request that it's something you just need to look into, Honorable Minister for Finance, when you are negotiating projects. Honorable Choma, it's just for noting, Honorable Minister. It's a big issue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity, and I want to thank the Minister for the comprehensive report. Right Honorable Speaker, I will start with the table. I appreciate that the update is on 2 projects. However, the biggest concern is electricity, whether under these projects or other projects. Because I've focused specifically on Uganda, and I have detected that all the write-ups we have been making are not captured. It is only in one sub-county of Chijongo where the issues are captured, but the rest, including Gishongo Town Council, where actually power just passes over a market, the biggest market in the constituency, all these are not captured. And now I want to believe, since we have been choosing by region, most of the colleagues are affected in the same way. Would it be prudent that perhaps at another time the minister can give us a comprehensive, so that we know if Ishongo is not in the scale-up project, maybe it is captured in other projects. About the compensation, it is a big challenge. Even those who have accessed compensation will find that instead of one getting, say, 30 million, is given 3 million, just omitting by 10, but which is a big concern. Then others are compensated, others are not compensated. And we have been raising all these issues. Then, Honorable Chair, the minister has raised two challenges. Counterpart funding. The good thing, the Minister of Finance is here. Why would we fail to counter fund these crucial projects for rural electrification? The minister maybe will give us an answer. Vandalism. This has been happening everywhere, right, Honourable Speaker. And you see, the wires which are vandalized cannot be removed by ordinary people from our constituencies. This must be work done, and inside the work done by either the contractors or those other subcontractors Honorable Kefa has mentioned. And now, when that one is done, it takes a lot of time before they are fixed. So, may I know whether that one is done during the defect reliability?
Thank you. Yes. Noah, I had picked Honorable Noah Wanzara, then Honorable Cyrus Algon, then Honorable Nwagawa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Minister of Energy for the comprehensive report. And I want also to thank Government of Uganda for extending power to Ugandans. Mr. Speaker, in the project which was implemented in Nakasongola, Mr. Speaker, in the contract agreement, there was what they called the 1 kilometer radius, where they had to put a transformer, power had to go 1 kilometer radius. But this one didn't happen, and I want the minister to tell me why it didn't happen. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, where they had to put a transformer, the transformers were supposed to be 100 kV, but in some areas they were putting 50 kV. We want to ask the Ministry of Energy why it happened, because if the contract agreement says 100 kV and you put 50 kV, that's not equal to me. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate that the ministry is going to extend power where power is within 3 kilometers. I want to inquire from the ministry. In some areas, the surveyors have gone to survey, but in Nakasongola, we've not seen the surveyors. When are the surveyors coming to Nakasongola to survey? But in case they come, Honourable Minister, we want to request that the members of Parliament and political leaders be involved in the activity. Lastly, it's about the compensation. Mr. Speaker, where these power lines were passing, mango trees and other trees were cut, and people were promised that they are going to compensate them. But Mr. Speaker, up to today, compensation has not taken place, and people think that members of Parliament, when we come here, we don't speak. Mr. Speaker, we want to request the Ministry of Energy to take it up and compensate these people whom are supposed to be compensated. I beg to submit. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Cyrus Algon.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. First, I would love to appreciate the Minister and the Ministry. I want to congratulate her, much as she's busy with the colleagues. Congratulations upon connecting West Nile. I was on that committee on natural resources together with the Right Honorable Speaker here, pushing for West Nile to be connected, and it took so long. I nearly developed ulcers. But I'm now happy that, yes, finally, something has happened. Number two, the issue of connecting the three places, Buvuma, Karenga, and Obongi, is something we cannot wait forever. Right Honorable Speaker, we must stay as nationalists. How can we afford to let the whole country get connected? We start on new projects all the time, but there are three places which have not been connected to date. We don't want to demonstrate. This one should be taken seriously. I now speak as a countryman. We need to help those areas. Back to Kumi. Right Honorable Speaker, we have had incomplete projects arising from REA. In 2017, We pushed for government to help us with rural electrification. Some areas were given poles. But to date, people are not using their power. It is now 7 years down the road. I remember when REA was being phased out, some money was transported to Ministry of Energy. Where did this money go? Because I thought that money should have been able to complete for us these projects. To date, some of the places are not working. That one I can tell you.
Only for the record, the money was transported.
That is financial language, right, Honorable Speaker. It crossed lines, it went to the other side. So the minister should explain to us exactly why we are having even debts with the contractors who worked with the REA. Yet you got over 500 billion that moved sides to the other side. That is a big issue. Right, Honorable Speaker? Municipalities need attention. Let's stop talking just about rural areas. Municipalities need attention because the populations are surging into towns. The towns are expanding, but there's no support. So we are living in the darkness and crime is increasing. Come to Kumi now, the town has increased. Government has given us some tarmac, but it's in the darkness. When are you bringing security lights to municipalities?
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I remember very well, and when I was on that committee, you know, nearly every year we would be told about those three districts. Obongi, Bovuma. No, Karenga is of recent. Karenga is of recent because they are saying Karenga, they transferred the district headquarters. So that's what caused the problem. But now, then they were saying, Buvuma, they are getting the cable, the marine cable. And this was up to around, I remember, 2021. Now, like Obongi, what would be the problem? What is so unique? In fact, I want to know what is so unique about Obongi that we announce it every, Minister, Obongi. Really, first, yes. What is so unique that since I was a member of the Natural Resources Committee, they say, Obongi. The MP, is Honorable Rion from Obongi? No, Obongi, we have Honorable Zumra. Yes, but Honorable Zumra is here. Yes, I know, but Honorable Zumra is here. Yeah, we have Honorable Zumra Maneno.
And then you also give to Guru City.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it is really true that Obongi is the only district in this country where the people have never seen a pole of electricity. For them to see a pole of electricity, they should first cross the river to Adjumani. That's when they will see a pole of electricity. They should go to Moyo. That's when they will see a pole of electricity. And they have been singing Obongi on black and white, but implementation is zero. Right Honorable Speaker, recently on 13th, 2023, when the President was touring the country, he made a promise that by November 2023, Obongi will receive electricity. Up to now, there's nothing. Right Honorable Speaker, people of Obongi, they are hosting refugees. If you take the population of refugees that have been kept in Obongi, they are more than the host community. Under the component 3 of refugee hosting communities, to be connected to electricity, Obongi has been left out. Obongi is not connected. Why? Why is the ministry marginalizing people of Obongi? Right Honorable Speaker, recently you gave directives for the ministry to go to Obongi. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm here to inform you that none of them reached Obongi. Up to now, up to tomorrow, no minister has gone to Obongi. So since the minister is here, please, I don't know whether Obongi is in Uganda. If they don't want us in Uganda, since we're bordering South Sudan, they can give us that permission and we move with the refugees. Obongi belongs to South Sudan, and then we start demanding for electricity from South Sudan. But Right Honorable Speaker, before I rest my case, let the minister explain to us why they are always defying on your directives that they should go on ground and investigate on projects and report on floor of parliament. Thank you.
Oh no, Nankabra, I know you'll be in Obongi tomorrow. I know you very well.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I actually enjoy working in the field. And I don't remember any time when you instructed me specifically to go to Obongi and I defied. I have gone to the remotest places in this country. I am standing here to pledge that my ministry is committed to make sure that we conclude the loop of West Nile on grid connection. Obongi, I think the distance could be about 12 kilometers. And when we were in West Nile recently on the 3rd, I committed myself before the president that my next move now is to make sure that we connect Ubongi. I am standing here again to really do further commitment that at least before you go back to face with the voters, the Ubongi will be smiling. Ubongi will be smiling, right, Honorable.
Thank you. Now, Honorable colleagues, you've seen on this project, there is priority being given to refugee hosting areas, and since Ubongi is one of them, okay, I hope it can be assorted quickly. Yes, I had allowed Honorable Nwaga.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want the attention of my very good friend, the Honorable Ruth Nankabirwa, because I want to quarrel with her today. I want to quarrel with you, although you are my good friend. One, I am surprised that Kabale district was left out of the rural electrification program when at the time this loan was procured. Kabale was one of the benefiting districts, and in particular, my constituency, which has always been marginalized, simply because Wilfred Nwagaba belongs to this side.
The opposition.
So I would want to know why you ultimately removed the Kabale. No, I was that side, but I was chased. Why you removed the Kabale from the benefiting districts? Could that explain the reason why when REA was disbanded, all the poles it had planted in some of the parishes remain with no wires to date? And I would pray, Right Honorable Speaker, that actually an investigation be made on this particular loan, on how it was applied by REA and subsequently when transferred to the ministry. Who performed, who failed to perform, and where is the money? Two, on the electricity access SCALA project, you've mentioned the number of health centers to be connected, water stations, schools, and the like. I would want to know the list of these water stations in Western Uganda, and specifically for Kabale district and Rwanda and Ruchiga. I also want to know which schools in Western Uganda, particularly in Kabale, are going to benefit, and the health centers which are going to benefit. Because there is a lack of equity in your ministry. Maybe you will bring some sanity. I know you've been busy with the oil, but take up the electricity sector very seriously. Because there is a lack of equity, especially when it comes to my constituency. I can actually tell you, I have 2 power stations. Of course, one, you've kept it disused, but there is one which is running, but unfortunately the power generated is evacuated the national grid, leaving my people in the darkness. I had wanted to revolt and cut the wires, but I said, let me be a good citizen. And actually, one of the good aspects of a good citizen, for us, we have a grid in the Northwest. If there is a government project, be it power, be it roads, our people will not seek.
Conclude.
Yes, we have convinced our people that when they are getting a road, when they are getting power, they will sign up without asking for compensation, as long as the service is delivered. Lastly, Right Honorable Minister, just give me the statistics of the 22% of the on-grid where my constituency falls among the 22%, since we don't have the off-grid. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Yeah, honorable colleagues, we are debating, and I want you to bring out all these questions, because at the end, this is the matter which must go to the Natural Resources Committee. Because when they bring these risks here, it's very difficult to scrutinize deeply. But I know the minister can engage with the committee very well. They scrutinize in detail, and then even members can appear before the committee for those who have issues, and then we have this matter well concluded. I have picked many men. I want first pick ladies. Yeah, so I request all men to sit. And I will start with ladies who have been here, not those who just entered a few minutes. And the ones who just entered know themselves. Yeah. So I'm going to Cheboga. I do Karangara. I do Dokoro. I do Guru. Now, you're very many. So I do Mukono, because you've complained more. I do Mbare. It's a time for ladies. You're men. Yes. I do Masindi. I do Buhenju. I do Shema. I do Kumi. I do Napak. I do Bujiri. I do Fort. I do Jinja. I will do Abim. And I do Ajumani.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for the statement. And just to remind ourselves that there were some other two issues that were really falling in line with the statement that we needed from the Minister. There was an issue from the Honorable Member from Barara, who was worried about schools that do not have energy-saving equipment, and she was worried about the way schools use biomass in cooking. And so we thought that the minister would also come up with a response, because they have some program for establishing energy-saving equipments for our population. But Right Honorable Minister, I've also observed that tracking progress in our ministry, I think we need to improve on it. Because when members are asked, if you give chance to members to ask, what shows that there is an improvement in electricity connectivity, the indicators that I will give sometimes cannot be traced in any report. So, and that one makes people feel probably that there may not be an improvement. So it is very important for us to come up with these indicators and the contribution by every program, but in totality, what all the programs.
Honorable colleagues, we are going to be quick. I pick as many.
Okay.
Because we have a chance of going to the committee. So
Yes.
conclude, Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker, the recent call for our minister to also mind about the generation of power from landfills. We request that you take it upon yourself, and you help KCCA and the other municipalities to generate energy. We appreciate that 38% of the population is off grid, and people think that is their own effort, and they are looking out for the efforts of the government. So somehow, somewhere, for us to report that government has only contributed 20%, 20-something percent, is also on another scale. We want government contribution to be more, because off-grid is private expenditure. People suffer with...
Karangara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your statement. I want to first of all congratulate the people of Kalangala and you, Honorable Minister, for allowing the people of Kalangala to access electricity being connected to the national grid. And thank you very much. Unfortunately, we were using solar power, and we had electricity from morning to morning. But with this connection, it is very disturbing. We do not have power. It is on and off. The power supply is on and off, and it is a disturbance to the people of Kalangala, and especially the business community. Mr. Speaker, we are connected to the line from Villa Maria, which goes through Bukakata, the marine cable to Kalangala. This one is very congested, and we, through the Kalangala Infrastructure Services, request that we get a dedicated line for Kalangala. I request, it's my humble request. Thank you so much for noting that down.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, another is about the tariff. When we got connected to the main grid, Mr. Speaker, I thought the prices were going to lower. I thought the tariffs were going to be lower than what we were using before. But as we speak, it is 1,265.5 a unit, which is very, very high for my people, Madam Minister. Please try as much as possible to see that my people also enjoy like the ones. It is very high. Yeah, it is actually higher, yes. And finally, Mr. Speaker, in Kalangala district, where we have gotten the marine cable, the consumption tariff is higher, commercial consumption tariff is higher than the domestic. But on the main grid, the people in Kampala and this side, the consumption, the commercial consumption is lower because the government has, I think, subsidized for the business community because we get revenue out of all the businesses. But in Kalangala, it is the reverse. We would request government to ensure that the people of Kalangala in the business community also enjoy this. And also finally, the no...
Mbari. No, there is no one on the floor. Information is given by the one holding the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to appreciate the Minister for the statement. However, I just have two issues to raise to you, Honorable Minister. Mbale, I think, is 60% connected to the national grid, but we still have gaps. We still have health centers that are not connected in 5 sub-counties. And we still have schools that are not connected, especially the primary schools. So I do not know the procedure that can be done or be made for these institutions to be connected, because especially in the health centers, there is a lot of struggle for people to be supported in the health facilities simply because there is no electricity. The other one is on no pole and one pole service. My people in Mbale district have applied for no pole and one pole service, but they still complain that they are not supported. They have messages on their phones having paid the amount that is required, but they have not got the service. So I want to know from you, Honorable Minister, what steps should be taken for these people to get the service? I thank you.
Butambara Dokoro.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I join colleagues to thank the Minister for the statement. About the project that talks about the coverage within she now says 3 kilometer radius. My question is, how did it change from 5 to 3? Because we have already been told, all along been told, even the committee, there's supposed to be 5 kilometer radius. When did it change from 5 to 3? Number 2, about the private sector engagement, where they need to engage the private sector to contribute. I have a scenario in my area where they are now telling people to contribute, each village, to fundraise 5 million shillings to fasten the extension of electricity to their area. Is this the private sector you're talking about? Because already people are soliciting money from my people. And about the past, I didn't hear you speak about the electric poles standing. I have so many villages in my area where electric poles are standing up to now, and I almost want to run away from that area because it's like I'm a hindrance. Because they voted me, people of Kasansala, people of Ranjiri, people of Tende will never get power until they throw me out of office. So your statement did not talk about those electric poles that are standing. When do they expect to get power? For them, this whole English do not benefit them. They want to know, when are we getting electricity connection? Thank you, Speaker.
Dokoro, Guru.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to say that the all northern Uganda does not have reliable electricity. And for example, before I give the example, I'm happy for Moyo that it is connected. On 3rd, I was in Moyo, burying my auntie. That is the day they were celebrating electricity in Moyo. So I'm also happy for them. But the examples of district in northern Uganda that does not have reliable electricity, we have Amolatar. That is also my neighbor on south, and then Kaberamaido. Sometimes they get electricity daytime, at night there's darkness. But I know that other sub-counties are not yet connected up to now. Coming to Dokolo, where I come from, some few homes, some few places, some few sub-counties in Dokolo, they are connected. But the whole of Dokolo North, not even one sub-county is connected with electricity. So, Minister, I want you to note this, that Dokolo, some places are having, but the whole of Dokolo North, we don't have electricity. But also it includes my home. I come from Dokolo South, but also my home is not yet connected. Other places are having poles, electric poles. And this one started way back 2016. Started way back 2016 by throwing of poles around the district of Dokolo. 2021, the poles were put to stand. Then now 2026, I pray that they are connected with electricity, especially
Guru Komansimbi.
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I would like to also thank my Honorable Minister, very active and always visible on the ground. Thank you for the report. In law, they say justice denied, justice delay is justice denied. And connectivity, it looks like it's a song, but we don't see this happening to our people. The 1 pole and the 0 pole. You know, our people complain. Like for us in Gulu City, we have this substation established. We have also the generation in Aswa 1 and Aswa 2. At least we are surrounded by generation, and even we thought that also connectivity should be there. You see, people ran away from Gulu, especially those in production or in industry. They ran away because of poor electricity supply and also insufficient. We pray that they should be coming, but as they come back, we should be very effective and vigilant on the ground. And also the compensation. Some other people complain about compensation, while Honorable Noangaba said for them, they say they are free. But in our place there, some other people say, how could you compensate the other one there and you don't compensate us? Gulu City has to be a complete city if we have the suburb connected to electricity. But sometimes people struggle even to buy their own what do they call it? No, not poles. It is, that one, well, it's expensive. You remember that Umeme even inherited for the electricity, but electricity company. Yet Umeme should have actually come out with their own that one, which I have forgotten the name. So we really need, we cannot transformer, yes, it's transformer. We cannot really allow our people to struggle.
Thank you, Mukomansimbi Mukono.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Then
Speaker.
Ruwero Chotera.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Minister for the statement. Honorable Minister, I would seek some clarity from your statement on the issue of no poll and one poll. We have people collecting different amounts of money from people, promising to connect them to electricity, the final consumers. Some are collecting 300, 500 in Bukomansimbi, but for 6 months they are not connected, yet they paid their money. I can bring the petition, I have the evidence to your office. Secondly, Right Honorable Minister, I don't know what we should do in town, in business centers, where electricity is very low. People are doing their businesses there, but they are complaining power is on and off, and it's affecting their businesses. What should we do, Right Honorable Minister, to help our people, more so in business centers? Thank you.
Thank you, Mukono.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the report. I want to associate myself with the Honorable Nwagaba and Honorable Kabanda about the implanted poles, electricity poles that were implanted there 3 years ago. Yes, actually 3 years ago. So up to today, those poles have never been wired. Whenever we pass through our constituencies, they show us the poles, and we have no answers to such questions. Secondly, Mukono has industries and factories. There is a problem of power shortage due to lack of enough transformers along the lanes. So that also affects the neighboring residents nearby the factories, and less even other areas. So I request, since we need the industries and factories along, but also the residents need to consume and enjoy the supply of electricity. So please help us and put more transformers into that area such that we can enjoy the supply of electricity. I thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My issue, as I appreciate the Minister and our able shadow minister for the statement.
I mean the one of government.
No, I appreciate the Minister, then I appreciate the able shadow minister more. Right Honorable Speaker, we have an issue of overloading in trading centers where the lines cannot serve both the trading centers, businesses, and personal homes. So that stores the businesses of the people who are operating, because fridges cannot operate at the same time homes operating on the same line, which is overloaded. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, there is segregation in installation of these power lines because there are villages, especially in my area, Kabila, villages that are so close, just neighboring villages, and then you skip one village, which is just neighboring, and you go to the next village. So this village that is skipped is forced to personally acquire lines, which is very expensive because they ask for so much money, 7 million, 8 million, which they cannot afford. So it's challenging, and would like your response, Honorable Minister, on that. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Ruero, continue.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the report and also the Shadow Minister. Right Honorable Speaker, I have a concern actually on the earlier lines that were put in place under the REA projects. When you come to our district, we have lines that have been in place without electricity for almost 7 years, and this is a very big problem because REA was disbanded, and the minister needs to inform the country on when they are going to come out and work or complete these projects. Because even Umeme, when our people ask Umeme to connect them, it cannot because it says that these projects have not been commissioned. That's very, very fundamental and urgent because you have areas in the rural areas where you have lines, but they cannot actually get electricity. Also, Mr. Speaker, I am very concerned on the issue of compensation vis-a-vis accessibility. Because it seems like we have many projects, but when it comes to compensation, you find that you need a lot of money to compensate. And actually, when you're taking power lines, like for household consumption, you find that you use a small, you don't have to put so many poles in maybe a piece of land. We need to go back and think about this, because if we want to access electricity and we are finding a problem in compensation, then we need to look at the policies and see what we can do as Ugandans, because we want this in our communities, but now we are hindered. I think it is a discussion we can have and be honest to each other and see how we can help government improve electricity accessibility. Finally, Mr. Speaker, on the tariffs, when you go to the rural areas, the people we represent, most rural people cannot afford electricity. We come here and discuss, but if we don't discuss the cost of electricity to farmers or households where you have farmers, where you have people who do not get $1 a day, you will never be able to bring electricity to their houses, because electricity should not be...
Masindi Napak. You know, statistics show it's the women who suffer most on issues of looking after homes, cooking, and, you know, yeah. So, yes, they face the biggest repercussions. Now, you men, you can afford to pay bills and you'll be enjoying outside there. So women.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I will allow you. These are your women.
Yes.
Mine, so.
Yes, we are speaking for the whole district. So we are actually speaking for all the men. Yeah, we take the whole district. Right Honorable Speaker, thanks so much. Members, the issue of energy, electricity, cannot be taken lightly, because electricity brings life. Without electricity, everything comes to a standstill. While we mourn and lament over this electricity, I'm not getting the solution, because Madam Minister, thanks so much for the enriched statement, and indeed you told us your issue is not implementing, the issue is financing. She told us that she demanded 440 billion. She only received 55 billion. That 55 billion, that is 12%. So members, how do we come to conclude on this? We are going to lament, we are going to talk until the cows come home. There is no money for this electricity. So if she has received only 12% of the budget, how do we get the co-funders? So Madam Minister, how do we help you
to make sure that actually you distribute electricity which is reliable, which is cheap. So we need to go to the Committee of Natural Resources and give our views on how we can help government, because there is no money and we can talk and talk until tomorrow this electricity, you will not see it in your homes, I can assure you. So we need to find a way of getting the money. Either we reorganize the budget, I don't know, because I'm just thinking of a solution. For me, I'm thinking of a solution. Madam Minister, the other time we were here, we were talking about agriculture cluster development project. And we realized that a number of
Conclude,
yes.
conclude.
I was here, we are here discussing the agriculture cluster project, where a number of maize plants were installed in some places, and some of these places actually are not connected to electricity. And I remember making an alarm here, Madam Minister, where are you? So I request that you link up with the Minister of Agriculture. This cluster project is a failed state, and there are a number of projects, I mean, is a failed one, a failed project. The number of mills were put in place, and they are not connected to electricity. So I request you that link up so that some of these machines are not wasted because they are not connected to electricity. Thank
you. Napak, Shema, Buwenju, Kumi. Then I'll pick Bujiri, Terego, Jinja, Fort Potter. And yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
And for areas where you don't see your woman MP, you can declare yourself a woman, and then I'll see what to do.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I also wish to thank the Minister for that statement. I have 3 issues on which to speak about. One of them, the work that RIA started doing in my district in Napak is not yet complete. For example, Napak Town Council, a half of the town council got connected, the other half requires a transformer, and the other half that doesn't have a transformer is the one that has institutions that are not connected. It is my appeal that the ministry will complete the work that RIA started in Napak so that our towns and our institutions are connected. Our small towns are connected so that our people, our children do not come to Kampala to look for light. They also need a town that is lit. Secondly, Right Honorable, the minister has said she is worried that this project will not perform. And that should worry us. And I agree with the Honorable Asimwe that the Quindans, that we should give our suggestion here. She said there is a likelihood of a non-performing loan. This is a loan that's already been acquired because of a deficit of the 385 billion that the ministry requires for PAPs. My appeal is that Cabinet, the executive, when they are bringing their next estimates, they should also consider that, or else it will remain a non-performing loan, which is bad for this country. Right Honorable, it means also that the next time we pass here a loan, we should be clear on where the other contribution is coming from and the commitment of government to put their contribution so that there is no non-performing loan. Finally, Right Honorable, on the question of vandalism, I visited our neighbors, Kenya. They have designated a police unit to handle vandalism of critical infrastructure. We could also do that, given the level of investment, the materiality of the cost for each pole that is stolen. It's about 250 million. We cannot afford to just leave it like that. We could copy some good practices from our neighbors. Finally,
Shema Abuwenju Kumi. Now, honorable colleagues, you don't know the reason. I follow up on our WhatsApp groups. Now, I saw the ladies complaining that men we are recycling sweets. You saw, and they gave me a list. So today I've decided to punish men that we first buy, they said we buy at least 6 pairs of suits so that we stop recycling. And I have a list. So if you know you have been recycling, so then I will forgive you when I don't see you recycling. No, that was on the right note.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity as women, because we are, as women members of parliament, we are limited to other functions, but not to these important projects that affect our districts. And I want to thank the minister and your entire team, because your ministry is always open. Whenever we want to approach you, you are very, very approachable. Honorable Minister, you know, electricity is one of the things that the voters look at. And it is something that they consider as tangible, that really appreciated, that is appreciated by voters. All these things that members have been talking about are affecting us, and I know you are all politicians. The polls that they were talking about, I don't know who threw them there in 2016. Those polls are becoming a stumbling block in our politics. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you. You talked about the project that is going to be implemented without transformers. And I was just talking about the transformer that has been replaced from my place in a place Tigaramakatanoga. People are demonstrating. A transformer of 100 kV was removed. I don't know which team brought that one of 50 kV. It is not functional. People are complaining. But I want to come to your office because they have presented a petition to me, which I had not yet printed out. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of Tibea project that abandoned certain sites, how are you going to reconcile with the ongoing projects that are happening in your ministry? Because we are finding it a problem. Right Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue of, you've talked about Waneko, Chirembe. Me, I'm interested in Chirembe because it supplies power in my constituency. But that Chirembe power is always off. Load shedding is too much. And people are losing their properties, particularly those traders who have machines for producing the mirrors, the welders. They are really affected. How they are asking us actually to ask you if you could change them from Kirembe to this other ginger power distribution.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, the Minister.
I'm sorry for rushing you colleagues today because I want to pick as many.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for that statement. I want to take us back to those people who were in the 10th Parliament. We came here in this Parliament and we made a resolution of 2 things about electricity. We agreed on connection to the sub-county, electricity connection to the sub-county. And then we also resolved on free connectivity. Honorable Minister, I don't know whether we followed what we discussed about. Because I even remember 2019, 2020, His Excellency went and commissioned the electricity, connectivity to the sub-counties. But I want to assure you that that project stalled. That was the project that was under Tibea. I want to give you an example in my district of Weju. It stalled there and then. People have been calling me, Honorable, come and take your polls. Come and take your polls to the government because we don't see the use of these polls here. So it is that bad. And for me, I don't look at the polls and everything. I look at the taxpayers' money that is being wasted. Vandalization is the order of the day. Because these people, they don't see anything. They don't see anything in these wires. So they come, take them, and go and sell them. Actually, we have tried as a district to get those people who vandalized the wires. But we have failed to get them. I don't know who is doing this. I don't know where the wires go. So it is a mystery, Honorable Minister.
Bujiri. Oh, Kumi then Bujiri. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the Minister for the statement. But Right Honorable Speaker, aware that there's a very big demand for electricity across the country. I want to make a proposal, even as we are aware about the budget cuts, that some money would first of all be put in the connection of those poles that are already existing, because we need the service. Because we can have so many projects coming up, but what are we achieving? I think it is better to do one thing at a time and we see the service delivered. Number two, I heard from the Minister about the discount of 60%. When is this going to be implemented? Because you know, the whole country is updated now when we are having plenary. So that when we go back to our people, we tell them and give them details about the discount of 60%. Number three, Right Honorable Speaker, I am one of those who is worst hit because I have a state minister for energy. And he's also finding life very difficult. Just on Sunday, we were in the program for the inauguration of a new bishop. And they just said, and they decided to call the minister to be the guest of honor so that Bishop's house finally gets what? Connected. And then also, there was a team of technical persons who did surveys within the municipality, in a major primary school, in the centers. So many lines were surveyed across the 3 counties in Kumi district. Unfortunately, since the time the surveys were done, nothing has taken place. You know, with the people, once they see the technical staff doing the surveying and whatever, they now believe that in the shortest time possible, there will be what? Power. How long should the communities wait when surveys have been done to realize the service? It is very critical on ground.
Bujiri. Then Terego.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the affirmative action. I hope the Ministry of Energy will also do the affirmative action to Busoga for electricity distribution, since we house the first dam. As other people benefit from the oil roads, tourism, whatever, we should also benefit from this electricity as Busoga. Otherwise, I take the opportunity to thank you, Honorable Minister, for a very good, well laid out report. Your ministry has staff and agencies. How I wish they could also go down and give that information to the people so that they understand how they are supposed to get connected, the free connections, so that they give them information. Otherwise, that information is very rare on ground. Honorable Minister, I wish also to thank you for the project of Tibeya that connected the sub-counties. However, I think that project needs an investigation because it is a project that was implemented at a time when the transition was going on between REA and ministry. And while the implementation was going on, those people could not be supervised. People would complain, but you would even have nowhere to report. The engineers would call them and they say, you see this transition, we don't even have fuel, what? So the way they implemented the project, they would take the electricity to the sub-counties and leave out the 1 kilometer radius, to the extent that they would leave even very vital facilities like health centers and schools that are in a radius not even beyond a kilometer, Honorable Minister. So I request that in the subsequent programs, because I've seen some school connections in the statement, if we could reconsider those places so that they get connected. Otherwise, the ground is not leveled because of that discontent among the population. Honorable Minister, I would also request
Terego. Yeah. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to thank the Minister and her team. A week ago, the Minister sent her team to Terego to find out, actually to West Nile, to find out the most shining and best district built. And it so happened Terego was the best, and they launched electricity in Terego. I'm so grateful. And I would love to behave like Oliver Twist. Yes, the electricity went straight to the district headquarters, but elsewhere we are still in darkness. I would pray after launching in the district headquarters, let's spread it to the sub-counties, schools, so that Terego, that shines at the district, shines elsewhere. And last week I was in Obongi. I'll do a disservice to West Nile if I don't say this. The people of Obongi almost locked 8 of us, members of parliament, out of Obongi. Said, what are you coming to do here when you people cannot allow us to have light? I can tell you the chairman was to travel, but he was to apply for visa online. But because of power shortage, because it was raining and he couldn't use the internet to apply for visa, he failed to travel. That is the chairman of Obongi. I'm here to say, Honorable Minister, Obongi should be #1 priority. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I attended a meeting of Sin Bio Africa. This very important scientist, the CEO is a Ugandan, but now he heads synthetic biology in the 8th best university in the world, that is in Singapore. That can turn all the waste we are complaining of in Chitebi into electricity, in Chitebi into whatever it is. I told you I don't speak Luganda because of something. You can take the word, but Right Honorable Speaker, to drive my point home, if we can have protection, these men are really bad. What's your problem? Keep quiet. Right Honorable Speaker, honestly, if we can allow you to have a meeting with these scientists, all our waste we are complaining of will be turned into electricity and chemicals for our factories.
Sorry, Honorable Minister, please link with Honorable Obiga Rose on this issue. I'm sure you will do a good job together. Honorable Katari Roy, Honorable Rinda Irene.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving this opportunity. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement. Honorable Minister, I would like to thank you that in the last phase, Kagoma and Kagoma North constituencies were part of the beneficiaries, but unfortunately, like most of the members are saying, the poles are standing, they are not connected, they are not wired. I would like to find out from you, Honorable Minister, when they will be connected. Over the weekend, other trucks came in with more poles. When it comes to Butembe County, the survey was done around March. It's my humble prayer that the contract is signed and they get to work. When it comes to transformers, Honorable Minister, we have centers like Boera in particular, where they cannot even use maize mills. The transformers there have low voltage. We talk about value addition, but if someone cannot add value to their maize, then it becomes a problem. My village is called Wairakabi in Kakra Town Council, but the rate at which that transformer gets spoiled is alarming. I do not know whether the transformers are faulty or what, I do not know. When it comes to government counterpart funding, it is an issue for all the loans that we come up with. I do not know what the Ministry of Finance thinks, but maybe we should reduce on the loans and we go for somewhere we can really fund this. Like my sister from Bujiri said, why wouldn't Ginger, the host of the first dam, be connected fully? And why shouldn't Busoga be connected? I'm not being selfish, I'm only being realistic. Because when it comes to other areas, they have benefits. Electricity is what we can get from government as Busoga. Thank you.
Honorable Irene, Honorable Kolemo, Honorable Babiku.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would also like to thank the Minister for that statement. And also, I would like to thank you. At least now in Fort Portal, our power is not on and off. We have constant power. Honorable Minister, under the program of Scale Up, as Fort Portal City, we were given allocation of 3,000 connections. We mobilized people who didn't have power, but they are within the range where there are poles to be able to be connected. These people have applied, they've paid money, but up to now they've not been connected. Umeme is saying that they don't have poles. And Right Honorable Minister, these are the very people who had applied under rural electrification 3 years ago, and they didn't get power. They've been waiting. Now again, they are paying for the second time. And now they're asking us, why is government making us pay twice and they're not giving us power? Thank you, Right Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Kormo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the Honorable Minister for a very elaborate statement. I also want to thank her and her team for the job so far done. And we know with the time, everything will be fine. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for the interventions that have been made in my district of Abim. I know some of the areas are already connected, like from Morulem Town Council to Nyakwai Sub-County. It is already connected, but it has not been switched on. I don't think switching on power requires a budget. Honorable Minister, if you are still busy, you just tell us how to switch on, and then we do it on your behalf. Right Honorable Speaker, in some of the sub-counties, like from Alerek Town Council through Magamaga to Adea, most of the poles are wooden poles. The fires, the wildfires have burnt some of the poles already. The termites have eaten some. Electricity in Abim was commissioned in 2022. So, Honorable Minister, the best thing to do for some of those areas is to provide concrete poles, which are very durable. Then the other sub-county, which is almost like Obongi, is Opopongo sub-county. The farthest in Abim, there is nothing, total darkness. So we request, Honorable Minister, that you use your powers to ensure that some of these areas that are not connected also get the services that they deserve. Otherwise, we want to thank you so much, and we wish you the best in that docket. We are proud of you, at least. You are my mentor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Babiku.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I join the rest in appreciating the comprehensive report by the Honorable Minister and the team. Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me put the status of Madi sub-region right. We have 3 districts, including Obongi. Adjumani and Moyo have been connected, but the power is not reliable at all. We have even codenamed it as Ziko, something that comes and goes without even warning you. And as Madi sub-region, our request has been, as we recognize what you have done for West Nile, where we belong, you need to have special consideration for Madi sub-region, so that we can also get reliable power.
There is also uniqueness with the polls you have taken to Adjumani and Moyo. Any slight drizzle, the power goes off. Slight drizzle, not even heavy rains. So we don't know the type of polls that you have taken to our area. Honorable Minister, we represent government. We represent parliament when we are in our constituencies. 2 years, you people have promised to me in written that you are going to visit Adjumani. I have the letter. I have the name of the officer. You have never gone to survey so that you connect the sub-counties. People have developed a mistrust. I was with the Honorable Mamawi in his sub-county. People almost chased us away. The sub-county is trying to fundraise to connect power in Itirikwa sub-county because you have misinformed us or you have led us, and we went and reported on your behalf, but the sub-counties are not connected. We have service delivery units, like the health center 4. People are doing operations. People go to theater, but we don't have power. Our request is you look at the health service units, like the health centers, the schools, and the headquarters, but also be with us. I pray that you visit Adjumani as you promised. I'm happy that the state minister is here. We need your commitment so that we give hope to the people, because we know you cannot do miracle to fulfill all these things at once. My request.
Buyende Kwen.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the statement made. And thank you. We want to thank the government for the efforts that it has put in to support. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I wanted to put this at your desk, that people should not only assume that we use electricity to light ourselves, but electricity right now is a business. I want to take an example of Buyende district, because the lake has been a service to the rest of the population. We are left with nothing. The land is infertile. Very few are cattle keepers. So the rest would benefit in electricity. Madam Minister, I'm requesting you that you give me a visit to Buyende. Because of the nuclear plant, majority of those who come to visit the district are keeping on promising us that we wait for the grid of the nuclear plant. And yet it is in one constituency, the other constituency is not covered. Then we have 2 functional health center 4s where we have permanent doctors operating and running oxygen cylinders. But electricity is rarely, when we get a blackout, it takes a month to come and reconnect. And then the transformers that are always present, I believe it is the staffs working with the UMEMA and the electricity who come to fundraise. There is none villager who can manage to fundraise a transformer. It is the staffs who are within UMEME who know how to reconnect and disconnect these transformers. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg that Buyende should be given a special consideration and Busoga at large. Like other regions, members don't think we are segregating, but for Busoga region, it is on the electricity where we can benefit as Busoga. Being the mother of the dam, we deserve, just like other regions. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
We have no jiggers, Nyabo.
Gwen Tororo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank you so much for giving us affirmative action as women in this August House today. I am really delighted.
Speak your point. Yay. Okay.
And to our able Minister of Energy, I also want to appreciate you for the wonderful report that you have given to us today. Being the District 1 MP of Queen, I want to put it to you, Right Honorable Minister of Energy, that Queen, looking at the terrain of Queen, we have the Soy County and the upper, which is Queen County. But the unfortunate part of it is that the power that was given to Queen, to me, I can rate it at 20%. It is only following the road, the Kapchorwa Swamp Road. So you find that the houses that are far, let's say like the houses that were considered can be like 20 meters away from the road. But those that are far, like 200 meters, maybe to a kilometer. So when you look at the schools, the health centers that we have, we are in the state of quagmire. The women are suffering when it comes to delivery. When you look at the terrain, it is hilly. So for a woman from Kosir up there, that is Yatui, where the crops were destroyed, for her to move from up to the health center is very difficult. But it's of course very bad to reach the nearest health center. There is no power. And looking at that nearest health center, it's also far from the referral hospital, which is in Kapchorwa. For us in Queen, we only have the health center 4. It's only health center 4. When you go to Soy County, they only have a health center 3. So the difficulty is to climb the hill. The road is not there. So the power is not there. To help a woman who is about to deliver is very difficult. So I would like to interest you, Right Honorable Minister, that kindly have some heart for us, the people of Queen, and consider us more so in this rural electrification. My people hear of stories. The poles, they can only see when they come to the highway. But when they are deep there, even to watch the TV like we are talking, they just hear stories. So just about stories. And they cannot afford the solars. They also need to watch me when I'm presenting.
Thank you, Honorable. Tororo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for her detailed statement, and just to note that it was actually it was a big setback for us when REA was mainstreamed. But now we have to move with what is existing. And I only pray that the ministry acts very fast. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, where poles were placed, it is my humble appeal that the ministry, before we get into the next elections, areas where you have placed poles and did surveys way back, please complete those areas first before going into new areas. Honorable Minister, I hope you are listening. There are areas where you placed poles and where surveys were done 5 years, 4 years ago, 3 years, instead, before you go into the new areas. Just my humble appeal, because we shall have an appeal task explaining to the population. I served in the ministry, we surveyed the areas. It is now, it's a big issue. But thank you, you pledged to come and I'm waiting for you. Actually, the people are waiting for you. So that you come and explain, because me, I now cannot explain. But what I want to state, Right Honorable Speaker, we actually passed a new law in this House, an amended Electricity Act. And in that act, there are stringent penalties. But we still see vandalism of transformers. It is my humble appeal, because the local people, I don't think it is the local people who are actually removing oil from these transformers. It must be people who are skilled, who know what to do. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, we have the skilling program under the President's office. We have the skilling program under the Ministry of Gender, and other skilling programs run by different agencies. We have the parish development model, Right Honorable Speaker. Most of these young people who are being trained, given skills in welding, given skills in tailoring and so on, all these people need electricity. They all can't come to Kampala or to the towns where there is electricity. They need to provide services to the population down there. So we need to ensure that all the trading centers, as mentioned previously, need to be lit. They need to have electricity access so that people can be self-employed. Unemployment is high in this country.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, we've taken 2 hours on this statement, and this debate cannot close, cannot end. So I'm referring this statement and the one of the leader of opposition to the Committee on Energy, and Environment and Natural Resources. Yes, the clerk always, the answer always captures it very well. So that they can interrogate it further. We can even appear as colleagues. We look at the gaps and all that. And then we come back here, we continue with the debate. Now, I've taken note of those who have debated today. Next time, I will start with those ones. Now, honorable colleagues, we have a time we spend here. Okay? I know today I've generally been unfair to men. Okay? I've generally been unfair, and I want to apologize for that. Okay? Yes. And I know I am still having around 30 members who would want to speak. Now, when you say I'm unfair, I don't know what I would use to pick you, and I don't pick the other colleague, because we are all equal here. That's why I use my own methods of like choosing women, of like, sometimes you're trying to battle. Okay? So, Honourable Minister, and then I will ask Chair whether that's Chair Energy, the time.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I agree entirely with your guidance. And I have a team at the bar behind there who have been recording, but we shall also use Hansards. It is important that we respond to all the individual questions because they have been put on behalf of their constituencies. So we will have to respond to them. Secondly, sir, I want to use this opportunity and say that my office has been receiving individual submissions from your constituencies, and it is guiding us on the implementation. Thirdly, in all the statements that I've made before here, I have emphasized the point of making a priority towards completing the stranded projects. It only makes sense that way. I'm just repeating it. Stranded projects must be a priority. And last one, sir, on the money that was under REA, I'm at pain, really, because that money was for multi-year programs, 500 billions. So when REA was transferred to my ministry, we didn't get the 500 billion shillings. We got 132 billions in bits. But this can be discussed further in the committee. I wanted this to be captured in this afternoon sitting.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, what I will request you to do is, you've seen most of the questions were repetitive, only that members were showing what happens in their constituencies. And that's why, honorable colleagues, how I have a challenge with such a debate. Reason being, we structure it around constituencies. Each MP wants to speak about their area, and I get you. If really I was also, that's how I would also submit. So, but now, Honourable Minister, I will request you that you structure your responses under what I can call common questions. You study the answer, you look at the common questions, you respond to them, okay, generally for the whole country, and that submission which you are going to submit to the committee, I would also need it uploaded on our fresco so that the rest of the members can access it. And when we come back here for debate, we are able to follow, to know You addressed issues of delayed projects. You addressed issues of compensation. You addressed issues of vandalism, generally, because the formula would be one for the whole country. Okay? And then members, honorable members, for those ones who still have issues, I urge you, chairman of the committee, please publish for us when the minister is coming. All members are ex-official members of the committee. Those who have specific questions they want to put to the minister, please ensure you attend and you put them to the minister. Now, Lop, you officially, the leader of opposition officially made a response. So we got it and it's on record. Honorable Chair, I don't know how much time you would need to handle this, because it's an urgent matter. Members would want it to come back here.
Thank you, Chair. You had given us an early assignment, and together with this one, we think, because we are processing the report on the activities we are going to Gulu, we would request that you give us 1 full month to handle.
Yes, let them do a thorough job.
You give us 1 full month. But also, Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to thank the Minister and put a correction, because Honorable Songa had earlier said that 100 years. West Nile has been part of Uganda for 110 years. We became part of Uganda in 1914. So today it is 110 years since we have been Ugandans, and we want to thank government for connecting West Nile to national grid.
Welcome to Uganda, Honorable.
Thank you very much.
The people of West Nile. Next item.
Item 6, laying of reports of parliamentary delegations abroad. 6.5, report of the delegation of the Pan-African Parliament to the extraordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held in Midrand, South Africa.
Honorable Kotogong.
Mr. Speaker, sir, and honourable members of Parliament, in accordance to our rules of procedure, I rise to present the report of the delegation of Pan-African Parliament to the extraordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament held on the 20th to 27th March 2024 in Midrand, South Africa. Mr. Speaker, sir, and honourable members, the main focus of the extraordinary meeting was to carry out elections for the positions that had fallen vacant. And the positions were that of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, the Vice President, and the 4th Vice President. 3 positions in the Bureau were not filled, were vacant. So an extraordinary meeting was convened, and elections were held in accordance to our rules of procedure of the Pan-African Parliament. And we adopted the principle of rotation, and in that case, the position of the President of the Pan-African Parliament went to Southern Africa. The position of the 1st Vice President went to Northern Caucasus, and the position of the 4th Vice President went to the Central Caucasus. Right now, our Bureau is fully filled up. The positions are filled up, and they're functioning very well. To emphasize, the position of the President was taken by Honorable Chief Charumbira from Zimbabwe, that is for Southern Region. The position of Vice President, 1st Vice President, is by Professor Masuda Mohamed Ladaf of Mauritania. The position of the 2nd Vice is by Honorable Dr. Ashebir Agayo for Eastern Africa. And the position for the 3rd Vice President is by Lucia dos Passos from Cape Verde, that is Western Region. And the final position for the 4th Vice President was taken by Dija Muhammad Mahat from Central Africa. Mr. Speaker, this is just for information. Other details are in the report, and I'm going to lay the report in accordance to our Rule 33 of our Rules of Procedure. I beg to lay the report of the extraordinary meeting. Mr. Speaker, we have another report.
Item 6.5, report of the Parliament of Uganda delegation to the third ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, 24th June to 5th July 2024.
Honorable Kotogon.
Mr. Speaker, this is a report of our Pan-African Parliament, our delegation to the third ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, held on the 24th June to 5th July 2024 in Midrand, South Africa. Pursuant to the rule of Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure of the Pan-African Parliament, the PAP, that is Pan-African Parliament, held the third ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of Pan-African Parliament on the 24th June to 5th July 2024 at the PAP headquarters in Midrand. And it was held under the theme, the African Union theme, that is education and education of African fit for the first century, building resilient education system for increased access to long life, quality education, inclusive education, accessible education, and relevant learning for Africa. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to give a summary because the details of the report is in the report, which is already uploaded. Members can read the report for more details. The official opening of the ceremony was by the former president of the Pan-African Parliament, actually the first president of the Pan-African Parliament, Abdel bin Abdul, and it was basically to thank members of Parliament, to appraise members of Pan-African Parliament of the vision of the Pan-African Parliament, and also to encourage members to network and also work closely with the member states to ensure that the resolutions and recommendations of the Pan-African Parliament are presented to the national parliaments, and the national parliaments can adopt, or they can also make it part of the laws that they may wish to present. Mr. Speaker, we have 5 members which are in the delegation. I'm the team leader, the leader of the delegation. We have Honorable Achayo Lodo, who is a member from Ngora County, NRM. We have Honorable Kamusime Caroline, woman representative of Ruchiga. I think members should know members who represent Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament. And actually, she's the first vice president, chairperson of the Women Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament. I was elected to be the vice chair of the Eastern region of all members of Parliament. We have Honorable Patrick Oshabe. Patrick Oshabe is liked by members of Parliament, very active, and is now the rapporteur of the committee of PAP, that is the audit committee, very active member of that committee. And Honorable Abdul Katuntu just joined us, and now he is also a member of a committee of Justice and Human Rights. This is a committee that he was a member 20 years ago when he represented us around 2003. Now he is now going to represent us there as a member. And pursuant to our rule of procedure, new members joined and they were sworn in. You know, Pan-African, members come, members go, and as we go for our session, we swear in many members, and they were sworn in. Mr. Speaker, there are many issues that were presented, but the main issue, the landmark matter that was discussed was the model law on food and nutrition in Africa. And that motion was adopted and fully supported by all members of parliament because we realized that our people are denied food. Most of our members, citizens, do not have quality food. We have abandoned our traditional food. We are now only eating food that are foreign to our bodies. And that's why sometimes we become weak. We get diseases that were not common in Africa because of the type of food that we eat. So we have come out with a model law that should be adopted by all countries. And that law, we are going to present them here so that we can get some insight from the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, sir, we also celebrated our 20th anniversary. You know, Pan-African Parliament was inaugurated in 2004. So this is our 20th birthday. It was celebrated there. And the theme was only for reflecting on the future and charting the way forward, the path of the Union, the path of the Pan-African Parliament, and the path of the continent of Africa. Mr. Speaker and honorable members of Parliament, we actually came out with 12 resolutions and 8 recommendations in our meeting. And I want to go through the briefly.
Honorable, we don't have that.
May not be possible.
Yeah.
But just to inform you, we came out with very good recommendations and resolutions. I would like to implore members of Parliament who may have time, please, on your iPad, you have the report. And I'm going to present late here, but in your iPad, they are there. Please read and know what we are doing in the Pan-African Parliament. We are representing you fully. We are very active. And Uganda is noted.
Procedure, Honorable Taka.
Thank you very much. So may I therefore...
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you. The procedure matter I'm raising, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the rule tells the Honorable Member to lay, and the order paper is saying lay. I don't know whether we are proceeding well, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, Honorable colleague, Rule 37(2). It requires a member to give a summary.
A summary.
And quick highlights. So
honorable members, I hope now, don't forget, remind that, just be aware of that rule.
Thank you, Honorable
May I
Court.
take the opportunity to lay the report and also the resolutions are here. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and members.
No, Honorable, have you laid all the 3? Yeah. Are we done? Yeah.
Item 6.6, resolutions and recommendations from the third ordinary session of the 6th Parliament, 21st June to 5 July 2024.
Yeah. Just procedure, Honorable Sir.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Kotogong for his report. But however, Right Honorable Speaker, this Parliament has 49 or so members. And out of these 500 and something members, I don't know whether we are being fair to the members. That one member, I know it is the Speaker, who actually designates independent members of Parliament. Is it fair to get one member to chair a committee and at the same time delegate this one member to the Pan-African Parliament? The Honorable Abdu Katuntu, I think, is the chair of the Rules Committee. At the same time, he is also representing this Parliament in Pan-African Parliament. Don't we have independents who can chair the Rules Committee? Right Honorable Speaker, I am raising this matter. Let us really practice the 4-way test. That we share responsibility. It can't be one person. So I just want to raise this, that is it procedurally right that out of 500 members, you have one person in the Pan-African Parliament. The same person is the chairperson of the Rules Committee. Can't that be given to another person to handle? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable colleague. That's well noted. Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the resolution is the outcome of our report. and therefore I beg to lay the resolutions of the Pan-African Parliament to this Parliament.
Thank you. Honorable colleague, the rules say debate shall not ensue. So these are for information purposes. So we are going to ensure they're in the library for easy access. Then there are these which are uploaded so that you can read through them. Honorable colleagues, I have a fireplace conversation with the youth of Uganda starting at 6. I'm already late. Please, let's take it on from tomorrow at 2 p.m. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.